Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everyone feeling today? Amazing, awesome. Please grab a seat. Thank you so much for coming. And I'd like to welcome to the stage. We're about to have our African Digital Art Now panel. And the speakers are our Creative Director, Eduardo Cachucho, our CEO, Leslie Williams, Jepchumba, Natalie Paneng, and Ingrid Kopp. I feel like this panel is very diverse and we're about to really immerse ourselves in this topic. Please welcome to the stage, Eduardo Cachucho. Alrighty, please everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Testing. Okay, this is working. I love a Madonna mic. So actually, I just wanted to correct. Leslie can't. She's not in the panel. She was going to talk, but I'm going to talk on behalf of Tzimologong also, just to welcome everyone. So, welcome everyone who's here. Thank you for coming this early in the morning on a Friday for conferences. I do think we have really interesting talks. We also have our people joining on the live stream. So we have a big Pan-African audience. So hello to everyone. Hello Nairobi, Lagos, Cairo. I hope you enjoy the talks today. I think we have a really interesting group of people who will chat. So yeah, I think we can then begin with the panel. If I can call up our panel. Natalie. Right, everyone's mic's working.
I think so.
I wonder. I don't know if mine is.
Is yours working? I think Natalie's might not be working.
So the person who was marking me
Yeah.
said he's coming back and he never came back.
Okay.
Maybe he's going to fetch something.
I think he's fetching something.
Yeah.
He's
got a
handheld. I see a handheld.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, only 3 Madonnas on the stage then. All right.
Sorry.
It's okay, I'll fit into this vibe.
I know, right?
You can pretend it's still there. Then.
My Britney moment.
Okay. So I'm not going to do the kind of formal, normal introductions. I would rather speak more casually introducing each 3 of you. And I think I'd like to do that in relation also to the festival and the work that I know you do in person. So Natalie, I know you have a long history with Fakugesi, from literally being an intern, starting off as an intern. Then, I remember seeing amazing works of yours at Fakugesi, and also just seeing your practice growing over these last few years has been really incredible to see that. So I think it's also, it's a testament to, I know Tegan was kind of working with you in those years, to what happens when we put energy and resources into young artists and what is able to happen over time. Then we have Ingrid Kopp from Electric South. And I think also it's been so amazing seeing Electric South growing as an organization and doing such incredible work. We have an amazing showcase called Future Africa, which we see outside in the kind of entrance area. Don't miss the other 2 pieces, which are also around the corner to the left. Incredible VR works that they've developed. There will be a specific panel later on that work specifically. And then we have Jepchumba, who was also interestingly our curator for the first edition of Collab Now in 2017. Gosh, that was kind of a while ago. At Fakugesi, which launched at Fakugesi. So it's kind of like, in many ways, a full circle here. So I wondered, do you just have any opening remarks each? And then I'd kind of start with some of my questions to you.
I can just say, I don't know if my mic's working. Is it working?
It's working,
Oh,
yeah.
good. I don't feel like I'm screaming. I just wanted to say, it's always very nostalgic for me to be back at Fakugesi because I was here the very first year. Well, there's not even a poster for for Fakugesi, and then just seeing how it has evolved over time has been an incredible testament to an interdisciplinary community of people who are really interested in creative technology. So every time I come back to Fakugesi, it's like I'm coming back to my own like expo of just knowing like what is out there, what the possibilities are, and then also just the willingness to put so much production behind like ideas that are generally across the continent not funded or not necessarily supported or not able to have the ability to find a home, because I think African digital arts sort of spans a lot of the spaces and many of us are floating for a while until we find a home. So I'm really glad to see the festival over the years like become the central space in which we can continue to have conversations that relate personally to our own work or our interests. Yeah.
Ingrid?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't here in the very first year, but I've come to a couple of editions, and I just want to echo that because I think, for me, one of the things that I love, and I work mostly now in immersive media, so in virtual reality and augmented reality with Electric South, but one of the things that I've always loved about the XR world is that so many disciplines can find their own space within that world. So you can bring architectural practice and dance and theatre and film and photography, all of those worlds can meet in VR, and people can use the space of virtual reality and augmented reality with whatever practice they come from. And it's that interdisciplinarity that's always made me the most excited actually about the space. And I think Fakugesi really exemplifies that. And I was talking, I can't remember who I was talking to because it's just been so busy recently, but I was talking to someone about like kind of the lack of discipline in my discipline. And they were like, yeah, I just decided I'm undisciplined. And I thought that's actually a really nice way of thinking about it, because actually the messiness and sometimes the lack of easy definitions is what makes, for me, the space so interesting. And I think that's something that Fakugesi has always explored in really interesting ways, like all those sort of overlapping art forms and different practices kind of coming together to kind of look at where the similarities are, the contradictions, the challenges, because it's not always easy. And I think that's just been really powerful for me. And I think just this panel exemplifies that, right? Because Jepchumba's been an advisor at our lab, Natalie's been at our lab and is working on a project with us. I know so many of you in the audience. There's all these overlaps, which makes this community really strong. And we need that because, and maybe this is something I'll talk about a little bit later. Like, I don't want to make it sound like this is all roses and champagne. It's really tough sometimes, and so a lot of this kind of community is what really kind of keeps me going.
Natalie?
Hi. Okay, so I think, like I'm just sitting here and I feel like all of this resonates with me too. Like you said, Eduardo, like I literally started with my little phone, like in the audience taking images of like the first few festivals and kind of like just like starting out in social media and being in the space and learning about like other artists and what the world of like, I don't know, like African digital art, technology, like all of it was just like exposed to me. And so this was literally the door that was open to me, and like I was given so much space to like explore and grow within Fakugesi in so many ways. So it's really like weird, full circle to be sitting here, because usually I'm like in the corner, taking a picture, writing a caption. I literally saw Mal, who was like my first like boss. I don't know where she is now, but like same vibes. Like it's weird, but it's also amazing because it's like I started on the inside in a weird way, and now like I'm in the community in a really weird way and in a really beautiful way. And I think something about this community is that like it is a true like community that opens doors versus communities where you're in them and kind of trying to find your way. Like the doors constantly open, and like having started with social media and now like Ingrid said, like making VR work is just like weird, crazy, so grateful. How does this happen? And I think it just speaks to actually the community and the kindness and the willingness for people to actually grow as also these industries grow. Like I've also watched the industry grow, and I'm sure we all have. I remember like Jepchumba being on like a panel years ago, like just speaking about Google and Africa and like how to Google and like just all of those things, like really prompting understandings of like what we need to do as creatives, but also like what platforms exist. So hey guys, it's just crazy out here. I'm just so grateful.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, that also then comes to the theme for this year, which is From Now On. And I think we were really interested to look at what COVID had done, also like what it had opened up, because I think, I remember in 2017 when we were doing Collab Now, it was also like quite hard to sell to people like, why is digital creativity and digital art important? Why is it important to invest in that? It was quite a hard sell at the time. And I think something that, at least for me, I noticed, and I think Fakugesi and Tegan and a program in 2020 was really important for that, was Fakugesi was at the forefront. People were coming to the festival to find solutions to what do we do? How do we go digital all of a sudden? Because I think people hadn't taken that space seriously. And I think part of From Now On is to really, the From Now element is to kind of contemplate what we've gone through and where we are, but then also to use that kind of the power that we have in that to project forward. So I was wondering, I mean, taking into account also these cyclical kind of elements, how do we help support the kind of the new wave who are also starting off in a place where this is the new normal, like this kind of digital focus is actually like where things are at to begin with. So I wonder if, I know Jeff, this is also like really the space that you're in and that you operate from. So you've been ahead of the curve, way ahead of the other people in the curve. So I wonder like what you think now also in terms of the From Now On, like what, because I know you're also very interested in how do you project into the future. And I think it's important for us to start really being quite intentional about projecting into our future and the futures we want to have.
Yeah. What I can say is, like speaking of the future, I think when I started African Digital Art, I ended up finding out, I mean, it's really odd now, like at 15 years later, to see people kind of map out a very weird path that I didn't know I was taking necessarily. Like I didn't know that, oh, that makes sense that would happen. Because I think I began as an African digital artist, like trying to just exist. And that at that time seemed impossible because of the way people conceived even just Africa and African art. So I think a lot of the work, the energy that I put in was just to dispel our understanding of Africa, of digital, of art, and how it connects. And I think that was also a time where Africa itself was connecting a lot in social media. And then I think through the fact of just being interested in archiving artistic practice that was happening on the continent, and the fact that it was digital, I was labeled a futurist, which I like really resisted because I think people are obsessed with Afrofuturism in a way that is unknowing to me. I don't know what it is, like that just sound, that people just like, everybody who seems to have a programming money thing just like loves, is obsessed, you know, and in a way Afrofuturism started out for me as a joke, like, ha ha ha, like let's, all African with robot spacesuits, LOL. But then I think as I went further into African digital art, I started taking it seriously, actually, like thinking about what do African futures look like, especially when we are trying to speculate how all of these technologies are influencing our culture now and moving on, knowing all of the historical like baggage that we all come from. So the future became a very interesting space for me to explore, and I think that African digital art has this unique way of dipping into the future for this continent that people really don't understand the powerful effects of it, because we have like incredible knowledge systems, we have incredible cosmology of like using technology as this like fetish object to propel us into the future, and we have this unique ability to think more about culture and technology together, and like what possibilities does that have for us to like remap and reconfigure like humanity. Because one of the things that COVID has done, sorry, these are a lot of dense things that are in my head, but one of the thing that COVID had done, which I was sort of allergic to at the time, was the melding of our digital life with our actual life. It felt like it was forced upon us to now exist in this like digital space in which our meetings, our experiences, everybody was trying to like get onto Zoom or get into something or get into virtual reality. And seeing the rest of the world sort of occupy this digital art space was like kind of shocking. But then now that we're here, as artists, as technologists, as thinkers, and as like cultural makers, we have like this unique ability to like have conversations with like the past, present, future in a way that has never been afforded to us. So I think like keeping those things in mind, I always think that the things that we do in these spaces are extremely powerful, but we have sort of this, confidence syndrome, where we are like the worst case people, because not only are we artists, technologists, and all of these things, but we actually love getting some sort of like pat on the back, like, what you're doing is great, you know? So we're constantly trying to find affirmation where we should be confident in our ability to mark the moment just by the ideas that are coming out, just by us like sort of creating these new possibilities. That was a lot, but that was also a very loaded question, so you're welcome.
It's your fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say like that totally resonates with all of that, because the Afrofuturist thing is so interesting, because I have totally been guilty of that, and I've been thinking a lot about it. And before I moved, I was living in New York. I'm originally from South Africa, but I was living in New York before I moved back here in 2015, and I definitely kind of bought into the kind of the hype of Afrofuturism without the reality. And I think one of the things that I've thought about a lot is that, especially maybe from outside the continent, a lot of the Afrofuturist focus is there because it's this idea that Africa can be futuristic in the future, but not now. So there's like this absolutely lack of like looking at the cool stuff that's happening right now, and it's just this idea that in the future Africa's going to have all this like cool stuff, and it's going to be, but not investing in the now and not paying attention to all the stuff that's happening now. And I think that's something that I've really tried to focus on, and also because some of those futures that are imagined for us are so dark and so dystopian, and are definitely not in our best interests. And I know I'm saying "are" in a very generalistic way, but I really thought very hard about the fact that it's so important to be in those spaces now, so that it's not this like we'll wait until the future happens and then try and get in there. It's like, let's have artists in those spaces now exploring what you can do in those spaces, exploring what these realities can look like, and then it's not just these sort of Silicon Valley views of the world. And I am really aware of the fact that like our intervention there is a small, we're a small nonprofit. We work with a small number of artists across the continent, but I just really kind of believe like that's all we can do, and that actually there is something so powerful about artists' visions of now and the future. And that also when you bring different technologies together, like what that can kind of look like is really powerful. The one thing I'll say about COVID, in some ways you're right, like what was really interesting is I think a lot of people realize that virtual worlds and in real life worlds are all reality, they're all our lived realities. But one of the things that became really clear to me is that access to those realities is vastly different. And all my American friends kept talking about the accessibility of these online festivals, but that's not true if you don't have great internet, and it's not true if you can't afford the data. So, we're actually doing a research report at the moment in East Africa on the internet that is required to do these big immersive projects. So not like the basic internet that often it's like it's good enough for them, that kind of internet. It's like good internet that allows you to go into VR chat and do interactive gaming in real time and build these huge VR projects that you have to download, and they're 20 gigabytes and you need it now, that stuff. And there's huge roadblocks there, So I mean, there's huge roadblocks in urban areas. There's even huger roadblocks in rural. I live in a rural area now, and I can't go, as Jason knows, I can't go into VR chat. Like, I don't have enough internet. I have satellite internet, which is expensive, and I still can't participate in a lot of these worlds. So I think COVID has been, was a really interesting lesson. The other thing that I think is really interesting is a lot of festivals were like, look at this, we can do this hybrid, and we can have more accessibility, and people don't have to travel. And so obviously we're not doing so much damage to the environment. And a lot of those festivals now are like, sorry, we're going back to in real life. It was too difficult, it was too expensive. We're not doing virtual anymore. So, those lessons were learned, but then kind of unlearned. And I don't know what the answers are to it's real predicaments for everyone, because I understand for festivals, it's almost doubly as expensive and you need double the staff to do online and in person. So I get it. I also don't want to travel as much anymore. I do and I don't, but I've become much more conscious. So I don't know what it's going to look like from now on, but I think it is very, very complicated. Natalie, take it away.
Geez, it's such a, I'm going to start with COVID, I think. Getting to that point of being outside and inside at the same time was just really interesting, and figuring out trying to figure out what the difference was the whole time. I think for me, being a digital artist, people were always thinking it was crazier than it was, and I was just like, what? I'm on YouTube, and then it's Instagram. What's hard or what's confusing? So I think for many years, it's just been about kind of demystifying. It's yes, I use this title that sounds very futuristic, but at the same time, the tools are very much the same tools you use. So I'm using my phone to do this, and you're using your phone to do this. But actually, what you think I'm kind of prophesizing into the future is still with the same tools that we're using now, today. And so COVID was just kind of this thing of inviting people into the understanding of where we've kind of been chilling, just with this intention of actually arriving at the spot of understanding where we're speaking about the future, or we're just forced to use the tools we've always had. And that's the thing. It's there's been Skype for years, but now Zoom was a thing, and it was how do we do it? And it's no, you can do this. We've had these tools. Use a laptop every single day. Just unmute and mute and speak. And so those very small things, it's just everybody kind of arriving at the same point. Africa, we're just we've always been forced to be super resourceful. So the digital artists we've had in the past years, pre this time of people actually understanding that they have been digital artists in the diaspora making crazy work. It's just actually been about understanding where they've been tapping into. And it's been really interesting to see how we use our past and also try speculate futures with the same tech. It's never been about digital artists being armed with crazy tech that's been seeded secretly, and now we're just and help people understand our context. And we do that so naturally through art and through so many mediums. And I think it's just actually, I say a lot of likes and think and, but I'm trying to articulate just how basic it is, honestly, and how accessible it is. Inaccessible technology, we can still use our current tools or our current ways of thinking. People think they have to completely abandon 10 years of their work and research, and it's no, just walk with it into the digital space. So it's kind of just recognizing that you've always had this thinking, or you've always had certain elements of the tools, or you've always had spaces. This space here has always been here. And sometimes people will be 3D printing, that. And it's no, babe, it's in Brahm. You can go to Brahm and get something 3D printed.
before Electric South even, when we first started doing work around VR here, you know, I did have a lot of sleepless nights where I was thinking, like, why am I investing in a technology that requires these, like, headsets that aren't even for sale in South Africa? You know, like, it's so... I could be maybe trying to do something that's a little bit more accessible, that could open up the space in other ways. But then I, you know, the more I thought about it, the more I thought, whatever these technologies lead to, they're going to lead to something. And I really want to be part of that conversation right now. Again, this, like, Africa can be in the future, African futurism can be in the future, but not now. I was like, I want to do this now. I want to see, I know it's inaccessible, I know it's hard to get these headsets. I mean, I talk about this all the time, but the first time we did a lab, we had no gear. We had no 360 cameras. We had, I think, 2 computers running Unity. We had nothing. And we basically, we conducted the whole workshop as this theoretical, if you had the equipment, this is what you could do. I mean, it was insane. And, but, you know, I'm so glad we did that, because, you know, it led to future workshops where we did have some equipment and we figured out how to get gear into the country. And now there's all these cool people who are helping us do this. And it's getting cheaper and easier, and the gear is changing and becoming a little bit more accessible. I mean, I know there's still big barriers, but, you know, I think for me, it's important to be part of those conversations, even if it feels inaccessible. And one of the things we're trying to do as Electric South is figure out how to make things work better here, you know, and I mean here very generally, like, so in all the spaces that we work in, like, are there easier ways to get the gear? How can we make sure that our artists have the headsets? You know, let's do a study on internet and figure out where the roadblocks are with internet. Let's look at what exhibition looks like. We know in-home headset usage is probably not going to be the way to distribute this work. So let's partner with museums and galleries and community centers and pop-up exhibitions. Like, there are ways of, you know, there are ways of kind of figuring out, like, okay, this is the reality, let's make it work within this. And then if you're invested in that and the artists are working in those spaces and you have technologists, then it builds, and it builds for us. And I think that's the thing that I've kind of realized is, even though the accessibility is still an issue, I think it's really important to do this work from the inside out and not rely on people outside the continent to make things work for us.
So I think, I mean, tying together kind of for everything from what the 3 of you have been saying, I mean, similar to kind of setting up the festival for this year was like putting out the theme, putting it out there in the air, and then getting our kind of poster entries. So every year our poster is a kind of public competition. And when the kind of current winner came through, I was immediately like, yes, this really shows someone trying to navigate the now, but thinking into the future. And I think, Natalie, it's like a lot of your work for me is also, that's why I find it so interesting. You know, 5-7 years ago, there was this kind of European wave of post-internet art, and I just found it so terribly boring because it was so constructed. And I thought, well, you know, we're already doing this in Africa, like, as a default, and it's so much more interesting aesthetically because it's real, it's not constructed. And I think, you know, also kind of what from Jepchumba is saying is, I think that's why also then festivals are really important as like conduits for this content then to reach other audiences and to kind of package things in ways that then are understandable. I think that's something we've tried a lot this year with the festival, is trying to really make the content accessible and understandable to the widest possible audience. And why even a lot of these talks, we're really trying to keep them very conversational, to really make younger people also feel like they have that, you know, like the path you've been on, that you make it yourself. You can't, I mean, you can, of course, going to university helps and having that space of knowledge around you, but then in a way you have to navigate your way through. So, I mean, I think our probably kind of closing remarks from everyone, but maybe in terms of like, I'm thinking of the kind of Maya graphic, like at the kind of helm of moving, I wouldn't even say moving into the future in a way, and that's also what I found interesting with like the Future Africa showcase. It's very now. I mean, it's really about our reality. So maybe more, rather than like moving into the future, it's really about what is our present navigation into the place we want to be. not even the future, in our now being what we want it to be.
You guys are, you like threw the tennis ball towards me. One thing I can say is like maybe an invitation for us to think of things differently is not to think of this digital experience as something that's contemporary or as a result of all of our efforts to like put these things together, but rather like, what if we started thinking more that Africa has always been digital, and the contributions that Africa culture has given has resulted in us getting into this space. I think if you think of that, one of the things that happened to me as a result of becoming such a digital person and like head in this space is I ended up becoming a farmer and realizing that by being a farmer and living a very non-tech life, that most of my tech life was in response to this generational inheritance that I had passed down, which is like all of these things that I had always tried to connect to, but my modern life didn't allow me to, was sort of this, the digital space was sort of like this way into it. So it's just like a way of us to think of things differently, because I think that we have a tendency to think that we're going to import technology, we're going to make things happen, when I would just say that things have always happened. Like, Africa has always been like, we have always been sort of called into these spaces to like sort of create new possibilities. And I think if we think of that we're coming from such a rich inheritance, I think it will help us not only have like the confidence to really trust ourselves in spaces in which we're like just present historically, we're not necessarily been invited to, but also get ourselves out of this really, one of the most precious things that we have is like our own imagination and then our collective imagination. Because those are the things that make unique projects, not the goggles, not the, you found that, like the speculative part of you imagining, if these people in this room got together, like what could happen? Like you give them tools, like people don't have to use the VR stuff the way you think they're gonna use. In fact, you don't want them to.
Exactly.
You're just like, I'm just gonna put a few things in here and good luck, and I'll leave you in a really beautiful place to like have your conversations and everything. So I think that the more we're in this practice of thinking that we have a rich legacy of belonging in these spaces and we have a lot to offer in these spaces, I think we can get ourselves away from thinking that we have to constantly respond to our reality, which seems like very like, kind of dark and hopeless, like you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely that, you know, I mean, it's something that I tried not to do myself, that sort of like in response to, because I think that's something that as a continent tends to happen a lot, like it's in response to the way that our stories are framed from the outside often, and then we're like kind of responding, and it doesn't feel like it's necessarily, you know, like you say, like that we already we've been digital, we have this amazing, all these amazing stories and this kind of collective practice, and like actually just tapping into that. And you know, I think the other thing that I want to say is, you know, Electric South right now, we are doing a lot of XR, so we're doing a lot of virtual reality and augmented reality, and I am passionate about those spaces. You know, I every time I get a little bit blasé, I'll see this project and I'll just be like, oh my God, like there is so much you can do in these realities and this technology, but we're not an XR company. Like we could do any kind, you know, for us it's really about just bringing storytelling and art and technology together. And it could be any, you know, I've always joked about this. I'd be very happy doing podcasts. You know, I think for me it's about the stories. But right now, you know, there's a lot of focus on XR. We're really excited about exploring that space. There's a lot of room to do that. I think the one thing, I mean, and I don't want to end on a bum note, but like I think the one thing that I think it is important to acknowledge is that with all of this potential, it's still really difficult sometimes to get work funded, and the ecosystem is shaky. Like it's passionate and there's amazing people doing this work, but it's, you know, the funding comes, the funding goes, the technology comes and then it goes away, or they raise the price of the headsets, or you can get it and then you can't get it, or there's customs problems getting into one country, and your gear gets stuck, and then someone can't get a visa. I mean, visas, God, don't get me started there. So, you know, it's like there are big problems, and some of those problems are internal problems. Like, we do not make it easy in Africa to go between countries and collaborate. Like, we really don't, South Africa especially. So, you know, I kind of feel like I kind of have to look at all this stuff really clear, with clear eyes, open heart, I guess, because we need more funding for this work. We need to support artists, not just for one project, but over a lifetime of work. We need to enable them to build a practice, not just be like, you know, here, aren't you lucky, here's your funding for one project, see you later, you're on your own now. And that stuff is still really, really difficult. So, like, I think that's something that, you know, as a community, we really have to address. We need more local funding. We don't want all the funding to come from outside. It needs to be a rich portfolio of funding. You know, it's got to be some government funding, some private funding, philanthropy, all of that to make it really rich so you're not depending on any one source of money. And it just isn't strong enough right now. So, down with visas, bring us more money.
Natalie, I'll leave you with the last word.
Ooh. Wow, I must know, like you said, like Maya, you know, the image is like this babe, and she's like got her hands on the computer, and it's just like a bunch of buttons, and the world, and the future, and the past. And I just feel like all that is needed now is just to navigate with confidence. To navigate with confidence and money. And so, like, so for the spaceship computer thingy to keep going, the money definitely needs to be there. But just as like the human things driving the art and the thinking, I just like think, for me, it's something that I've had to learn, because I just randomly started calling myself a digital artist in 2015. I didn't even know what it was. But I was just like, oh, I choose this one, if anyone ever asks me. And then now it's like real, and I'm still like, oh, I don't know what it is. But what I'm realizing is, like, for all of us, it's about navigating with confidence. And so moving into XR, or like moving into any medium, is just actually about trusting that your ideas can translate into these mediums. And having that confidence allows like more people to also come into the space and have confidence. And so, like, dispelling this fear and like really demystifying. So if she's just pressing random buttons, I trust the baby girl that like whatever buttons she's pressing are gonna make like revolutionary ripples in our space. And for me, that's what I think is like a really important call to action for like other artists, or like creative technologists, or anyone just touching anything with like a button and a screen, just moving with confidence and really pushing it mentally for yourself, thinking about what the possibilities are. I think like archival digital things and like futuristic digital tools like all have a space, which is really weird. Like, I literally took my granny's old school TV, and I'm like, this is gonna be so cool in art. And it's like, this is the oldest form though, but it's the same as like kind of trying to present something on VR versus trying to think back to archive and technology. And so it's just actually about navigating with confidence and understanding why we're speaking to things and why we're using tools. And yes, and then from navigating with confidence, then moving into all the other spaces of navigating into these kind of spaces and being like, I have ideas, and realizing how open this kind of space, like as Fakugesi is, and then also, you know, like Electric South, all these spaces actually are like waiting for us. So once we are ready to kind of believe in ourselves and our ideas, like open doors now, like walk yourself into doors with confidence. Yeah.
I mean, that's an amazing way to end off. So thanks, Natalie. Thank you, everyone. I think that was really kind of also illuminating for me. So yeah, we'll go forward to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much to our lovely panelists. Thank you for all that wonderful, wonderful information. So before our next panel, which is the FromNow on Keynote, we have a Wi-Fi password. It's called Digital Innovation. It's a Molokong General, and we're going to be having a 10-minute break before our next panel begins. Thank you, guys. Please be sure to check out the expos, get some coffee, head to the bathroom. The bathroom is over here. Please be sure to do that as well. Thank you, guys. Hello, hello. Hello, hello everyone. Please take your seat. We are about to begin. We are about to begin. Everyone, please grab your seat. Please come back into the conference room. Join us, join us. Join us back into the space. Hi.
Testy. Nyasha. Tu peux pas parler. Tu peux pas parler.
All right, we are about to begin. Hello, hello everyone. We are going to be beginning the FromNow keynote. I'd like to welcome our guests, Joachim, Landau, and Ramadan Suleman. Joachim is from France and Ramadan is from South Africa. And could you please settle down? Could you please sink into the space? Everyone, please grab your seat. Everyone, please move closer. You're very scattered. Could you please move closer, everybody? Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Awesome. Is everyone enjoying themselves so far? I'm happy. That is amazing. Thank you so much. So we are joined here today by Joachim Landau and Ramadan Suleman, and they are currently working on a TV series called Spinners, which is going to be shown on Showmax, and it's shot in Cape Town. I'd like to give you a bit of backstory on Joachim and Ramadan, so I'll be beginning with Joachim. So Joachim is a producer in Entrepreneur Digital, based in Paris. He produces TV series and documentaries. He is the producer of Spinners, a TV series shot for Canal and Showmax, shot in Cape Town, with a fully South African team. He has worked in the industry for more than 15 years in France and internationally, and aims to develop and increase international collaborations, especially within the Middle East, Africa, and Caribbean regions. And our lovely panelist over here is Ramadan Suleman. He is a writer, director, and producer. He is the co-founder of Natives at Large, a production company founded in 1995. He has produced feature films, documentaries, and mentored and produced more than 30 short films by the first-time film writers and directors. Suleman is one of few producers that specialize in servicing local and international productions using the DTIC rebates. All right. So they're going to be giving us a breakdown of their show and really letting us into their process. I'd like you guys to take it away. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause.
Do you want to start? The first word is
Well,
there.
he was much quicker than I was going to ask you to start. But anyway, let me start after the intro. Thank you very much. And hi to everyone. My relationship, since we're discussing Spinners as the collaboration between a French project with South Africa. It all started when, but I think it's you who started it first. Erika is the one that introduced me to Joachim, and it was interesting because it was at the time when there was so much negativity with regard to the DTIC and the tensions between the DTIC, which is the Department of Trade and Industry, with the producers in South Africa. And when Erika mentioned that there is Joachim who's having issues in trying to produce his film or looking for a partner in South Africa, and I was saying, what is the issue? When for me, there is no issue. All that the government wants from us is compliance. When you are given state funds are taxpayers' money, which is those of you who are working, who are paying tax, it's your money. So I believe when you are using people's money to make movies, which is a luxury, when this country is in need of ugesi, when this country is in need of water, this country is in need of better education, and you are given money to make movies. So, and yet you are unable to comply. We always complain, especially among black producers and filmmakers, why are they asking for so many documents? They are asking for so many documents because they want to know, how did you spend the money? And this is applicable to any enterprise for that matter. So I was introduced to Joachim, and today we are filming in Cape Town, and I should say it with pride that for the first time we have a plus minus 90% black crews, right? And I will talk about the importance of having the black crews and how do we get there. It's thanks to Joachim for coming up with this fantastic idea, something that is right at our door, but none of us thought about it. And he came and said, here's an idea. You take it from there.
Thank you. Hello everyone, so I'm Joachim Landau. Just to precise stuff, I don't want Spinners or TV series to be seen as a French version of a South African stories or a French project, because it's not. The reality, it's a South African project with a French producer attached. And it's very important for me. Why? Because, for example, 99% of the projects, all the collaborators are from here, from the scriptwriter to the editor. So we are not doing runaway production. This is not my business model. This is not what I want to do. And I think it's a new recipe for a lot of producers in the world. And for me, it's a way to respect fully the creatives from here and to be able just to bring my experience, but not my idea of the world. So it's not a French version of a South African stories. And about the stories, I don't know if you guys know a lot about spinning, but this is a very great kind of underground trendy sport, right? And why we fell in love with that sport is not only the motorsport, but it's the story beyond that, where we can bring great characters, where we can bring codes from genre movies, and it's what I like to produce and what I wanted to do. So what we do is that it's very important. We got this idea with the co-creator of the series, with French also. His name is Benjamin Hoffman, and Ben and I are just South African lovers in a way. We fell in love with your country, your many faces of culture, like 20 years ago, and so we wanted to walk there in a different way. So when we found this idea, we thought how we can do that. So basically, we've been in touch with a lot of scriptwriters. We found the one who, for us, were the best at the time and still now. And step by step, we developed that in this way. And you know, we are only 3 Frenchies on this production. Me as the producer, we have a French line producer, and we have the co-creator and showrunner who is French. But after that, everyone is from South Africa. So it wasn't exactly an issue or a problem, but the idea was to find the best producer, to be the best partner who can align with our vision, our creative vision. So when I met Ramadan, the funny thing is, I know you will hate me when I will say that, but I make a PhD on political science a lot of years ago, and the Fools and Zululov later from Ramadan was in my corpus of my PhD. So when I had the chance to meet this guy, I said, wow, I will meet a legend, and I was so proud, and even my voice was like, oh, hello, Mr. Ramadan, so whatever. So for me, you know, it's been a very difficult, challenging journey, but, you know, I don't regret anything because I met this incredible producer, incredible filmmaker, incredible partner, and without him, I won't be here speaking about spinners. So we are still shooting right now in Cape Town. Sorry, I'm a bit tired because we are in night shoot, so I don't know if it makes sense what I'm saying, but anyway. So yeah, so for us, just to finalize my point, for us, it's not just one project. We want to do more and more and more. We have a lot of ideas, and we are right now developing a lot of projects. But the recipe for us is to make everything here, to bring just our experience, money from outside, and to make local content. And I know Frenchies are not exactly in that state of mind regarding international production, but this is where we stand and what we want to do.
Yeah, for me, it's again a project where, you know, when we talk of collaboration, there is the positive side to it. And the route that Joachim took with his team to say that we will do everything with South Africans gives us an opportunity to also improve ourselves. We always talk about South Africa having the best of technicians, the best of this, the best of that. It did not come easy. We arrived at that level simply because of people like Joachim coming here to take the risk of saying we will work with them. And that has, over the years, improved our way of doing things. And this is applicable to the youth, you know, since he's made me realize how old I am by doing his PhD. You know, in terms of, you know, to actually speak about why we are here, it's the collaboration at the moment in terms of spinners between South Africa and France. But at the same time, you can only improve if you are able to network with others, not only with France, but also in Africa as well, in the continent. I should say that you have an opportunity, thanks to COVID. There's been the negative and the plus. The plus is you don't need a visa. Somebody said earlier on, I think it was Ingrid, who said we need Africa to make the visa of traveling to Africa much easier. My view is I don't need to go to Mali. I don't need to go to Burkina Faso. It's because we have the digital world. You live in it. Every hour, every second you are in it. So you are able to collaborate with anyone across the world and be able to network and do things. So for me, I believe in networking, in working with others outside of your village in order to improve and make the best you can. I don't believe today you can do anything on your own, not in the world that we live in. You have to collaborate to better yourself. They mentioned earlier on in the previous session about people saying we don't need Europe or what have you. But no, I need Europe. I need America, right? Simply because by exchanging, we are able to do things much better. The world today is a village. It's a village. There's no such a thing as it's them and us. It's all of us put together, and for me, Spinners is about that, where here you have a mindset of French, looking at something South African and making it international. And I am discovering as well that we were arguing 2 days ago in Cape Town with some of the crew members, where we were arguing as to where did the Spinners start. Others were saying, no, it's Cape Town, and others are saying it's Joburg, right? And I discovered Spinners in 1979 in Joburg, right? And it became a huge argument because now Cape Town is saying, no, it belongs to us. So here it is where through him we are able to try and search who started it.
Yeah, to add to your point, I think it's very important to say it's an international collaboration, but it's not a regular international cooperation where you got a French or an outsider who come, just get the detail, come back with the rushes. It's not what we want to do. And even for us, it was a big challenge to sell it to our partners because Canal Plus, the Canal Plus group, and Showmax getting bored. But you can imagine a French producer who used to produce French stuff will go see Canal Plus and say, I want to produce a South African project, and say, why? Why is that? So we managed to convince them, and I'm very happy to say that, for example, Studio Canal, I don't know if anyone heard about Studio Canal, but Studio Canal is the big international distributor for TV series and film in France. It will be the first time they distribute a South African project. So, we're breaking ceilings. We are opening doors. And it's not thanks to me, it's thanks to everyone on the team. But what I'm saying, I'm very positive about the future. I'm not saying it will be easier or it will be easy. Making a film, making a TV series, always complex. You have a lot to do. But when I'm watching the rushes right now, when I'm watching, for example, our director, Jacob Bauer, he's so intense, he's so creative. I feel blessed to get this guy on board, for example. And no American, no French, no director from the UK could do what he's doing right now. And even for him and even for a lot of creatives also like well, it's open doors elsewhere, but not only in the US to say, to compare yourself to the American. We had this discussion with Ramadan. So, long story short, what I'm saying it's what I'm learning today with Ramadan and everyone is this international collaboration where everyone is an equal. It's like, what can we bring together to the project? It's not what I can bring from France and do whatever you want. So in the near future, I see more stuff, more project, more content between France and South Africa. And okay, I'm French, so I might be more French than European, but with the agreement, I hope it will be signed one day, but it will be a way for us to bring more public money to South African creative stuff. So it's really important, and we can do, I wouldn't say independent story, or I wouldn't say independent production, but it will be a way to make different things than Netflix or Amazon. Not saying they are doing bad stuff, but to be able to diversify what we can propose, and even to the world. What is my big proud in a way, it's that Canal Plus France will show for not the first time, but maybe nearly the first time, a South African TV series, and will put the money to advertise it, you know. So yeah, we've been learning from each other and in an equal situation. And I just wanted to say something about the DTI, because obviously a lot of producers from outside me also were a bit afraid about what's happening today. But thanks to Ramadan, Native at Large, and all the team there, we are now very convinced that, you know, if you respect the world, like everywhere in the world, things are working, right?
Well, the pressure is also, I do feel the pressure, simply because from my side, I didn't discuss this with you, but we need to succeed. We need to succeed. I mean, even 2 days ago with the crew, you know, some of them would ask me, Mr. Ramadan, is there season 2? And I would say, season 2 depends on how much more energy that you are putting in now, because the funders need to be happy. And if the spectators next year, hopefully it might be this time next year, if the spectators are happy, there will be season 2, I assume. You know, it's now become the norm, but it's all depend on how much we all contribute to making the best of what we are doing at the moment. So the ball is also not only in his court, it's also in our court as well. So it's difficult, but they say in Paris, inshallah, we'll get there.
Yes, but I'm convinced, like, you know, we find a way to put together a team behind the camera, but even in front of the camera. And what we felt, it's not thanks to us obviously, but there is like a common energy toward the project. For the color community, for example, we are shooting in the flats. We are shooting with a lot of colored casting, and you know, to have that project where you can say, okay, the community or the city or the province is behind you. I'm not talking about fundings or whatever, but they feel, oh wow, you are doing a TV series about spinning. Ooh, it's our sport, it's whatever, etc. It's so important for us, and that's why we are doing production. It's to put people, together in front of a screen, and to enjoy a story about themselves and a bit more. So yeah, you wanted to say something. Maybe I'm too long. No? Sorry.
Is my mic on? Okay. I'd like to say thank you to the both of you for documenting African culture, and thank you so much for being a part of the space, for really growing the space and empowering young South Africans as well in the technical space and in the film space. And right now, we'll be closing the panel. Thank you so much for participating. Please don't forget to hashtag us on social media from now on. Please tag @Fakugesi. I hope you guys are all enjoying yourself. Thank you so much for being here today. We'll be moving on to the next panel. We'll be having a 5-minute break. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mike? Okay, cool. Awesome. Please, everyone, please stay in your seats. Please stay in your seat, everyone. Right right now, we'll be moving on to, everyone please stay in your seats, please stay engaged. Does everyone have the Wi-Fi password? Everyone have Wi-Fi password? All right. We'll be moving on to focus on talent, and we'll be welcoming, everyone please settle down. Everyone please settle down. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. All right. I'd like to introduce Emmanuel. She is the IFAS Regional Head of Media, Film and Music. Please come to the stage, ma'am. Thank you. Hi. She'll be on this panel with Xabiso Villi. I'd like to introduce you. How are you doing today, ma'am? Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Oh? Right.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me.
There we go. Awesome, 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 awesome. So I'd like to introduce Emmanuel first. She is the IFAS Regional Head of Media, Film and Music with an academic background in political sciences and international relations. Emmanuel has been working in the visual and audio sectors for almost 20 years. Working with Magnum Photos in Paris from 2003 to 2010, she produced and coordinated several major exhibitions in France and Europe. As the head of cultural department, she promoted photographers' works and built strong partnerships with public and private institutions. As audio and visual cultural practice attaché of the French Embassy in Australia from 2011 to 2016, she was also the artistic director of the Alliance of the French Film Festival. In Australia, she strengthened the connections between Austrian and French major cultural institutions and events and built robust and tight-knit French-Australian network for artists, schools, cultural institutions, industries, funders, and governmental agencies. This is a very extensive profile. Please give her a round of applause. Wow, thank you so much for the work you do. We'll also be introducing Xabiso Villi. Xabiso is a multi-award-winning performer, writer, new media artist, producer, and social activist. One of South Africa's top poets. His winnings help him write his inner world and to be able to relate to the outer world. Xabiso is presenting Black Boy Meets Boogeyman in a 360-degree, multiple-choice poetic theater performance and visual album. Please give it up for Xabiso, everyone. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, Xabiso is a DLA alumni, so they'll be walking us through their journey and the partnership between IFAS and DLA. Thank you so much. Please take it away.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? That's better like that. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm very happy and honored to speak with the best in the world poetry slammer, right? 2022?
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing that happened. I won the World Poetry Slam Championship against like 37 other countries 2 weeks ago, which then turns me into the best slam poet in the world right now.
You can give me a round of applause. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Maybe I can say, to start, a few words about IFAS and what we are doing at IFAS. IFAS stands for French Institute of South Africa. We are a French institute. We are a kind of branch of the Embassy of France in South Africa. There are more than 130 French institutes in the world. So it's quite a big network that the French government has developed more than 100 years ago. But IFAS is based in South Africa, and its role is really to promote the cooperation between South Africa and France, more widely on the continent and Europe. And we are quite, let's say, mid-sized team, 15 people, and we are 2 people working in the audiovisual department. We also have a cultural department and also a department that is in charge of promoting the studies in France. IFAS is actually 200 meters from Tsimolorong, so it's also very good way to connect with South African partners. IFAS has been really focusing on the creative industries, and we have been trying to promote, as I said, cooperation between France and South Africa. What does that mean? It means that we are go-between South African institutions, private and public, and French partners. We help people to work together, know each other, and it's passionating work, I have to say. I'm very happy about my job. We also promote the French expertise in a way that this expertise is beneficial. For instance, I will give you an example. The French Institute National for Audiovisual has a strong expertise in digitizing archives. And we have been working with South African institutions, the National Archives and now Robben Island, so that these archives can be digitized and promoted and made accessible to a wider audience. That's what we do. We try to work on the value chain, on all the steps of the value chain, and to foster these projects and programs. IFAS and the French Embassy started in 2016 Digital Lab Africa, that is a Pan-African program, now held and developed by Tsimolorong since 2018. And actually you were DLA number 3 winner in 2019. And I would like to talk to you about your journey. First, as a creative, you are cross-cutting creative. How did you start your journey in that artistic field?
I mean, so for me, I've started from storytelling. I've started from writing. I've been writing poems since I heard the first slam poem that I ever heard when I was 12 years old, which was like 19 years ago. And from that point, like it says in my bio, that writing has helped me make sense of myself, my inner world, how it relates to the outer world, my own spirituality, my own growth, my space as a queer black man in South Africa. You know, like really, poetry has helped me make sense of that. And then in 2019, when I saw the DLA call out, I was already imagining this project around ancestors. And if we are in the process of becoming ancestors, what will our descendants call upon us for? So I see Stando here as well with the camera, who was my photographer and videographer. And we worked together to interview different young, amazing South Africans to ask them that question. And when I was doing that work, I was initially imagining it as an online exhibition with video, with poems, with these interviews, with music. And then DLA really helped me to tap into augmented reality that I'd never thought of before. Where I could like just now take all of these things I was thinking about and just put them onto one app, and then it exists, and now you can view the image through your phone, and the poem starts playing, and the image starts moving, and the interviews are there. And so really that beginning journey completely kind of shifted my idea of what I thought my artistic practice was.
Yes, because from poetry to digital, there is quite a gap, I'd say. So did you say that you went to the digital, or that digital came to you?
It's both, right? Because I think it's the same thing with poetry. Did I go to the poetry, or did the poetry come to me? And I think there's a bit of a calling, right? Even with poetry, it's like this is the thing. Come to the thing. And I think already with poetry, and also South Africa has like some of the strongest poets in the world, you know? And one of the things that makes us really strong is this like capacity to always innovate. So even before I discovered XR, I was already sitting in poetry communities and working with poets who were already thinking, how does poetry resonate with music and live performance? How do we take video and craft video for poetry? And so there was a definite like leaning towards innovation, but I think because I was leaning towards innovation, it was very, very easy to stumble into then, oh, augmented reality, what is this, you know? I mean, my first augmented reality poetry piece was a hackathon that I did a year before I got into DLA, and I think it's actually being exhibited in one of these rooms. And that was called Giving Poetry Wings, which was run by actually a person who's part of the Remember Your Descendants team, Ututukani Ndlovu. And so he was the first person that kind of introduced me to the app Artivive. And then it's like, yeah, you can work with illustrators, and then if you give illustrators your words, then you can put it together, and then you can see the image, and then the poem can, and I was like, what do you mean? Which was like, yeah, for me it was completely mind-blowing, right? Because the reason I write is because I already have all these images in my head, and I've got this imagination, and I'm trying to bring it to life. But then now what you're telling me is that the thing that I'm bringing to life through my words, I can also bring to life in an app or like in this XR moment. And I was like, no, this is impossible.
So in 2019, you are heading to Paris to do a residency in conjunction with the News Image Festival. How was it? Can you share your experience there and talking about the residency and the residency process in the creation of your work?
Yeah. So after winning the DLA for my category, one of the things that we were invited to do was to have pitch sessions at Fakugesi in 2019. So we were still pitching our ideas, and we hadn't created them yet. We were in the process of almost making the ideas. And so in one of these pitch sessions, there's Michael who's in the audience and sees me pitching, and then I get a chance to like sit down with him, and we haven't even really made the work yet. I'm just showing him some prototypes of what it is that we're planning to do. So that happens, and then he's like, we love your work, we want you to exhibit, we're gonna bring you to Paris, and then I'm ready to go to Paris, and it's happening in June 2020. And then we all know what happened in June, not in June, in 2020 of March. And so that conversation just kind of gets shut down. Even you'll see in the work, if you ever interact with it, you'll see that there's live interviews with people, and then there's some interviews that are done over Zoom, because like the only way I could stay sane was to keep doing the work, you know? So still doing the work and like launching little bits. And then Mikhail calls me at the end of 2020, beginning of 2021, and he's like, okay, we're kind of open, so we think we can get you here. And if you're gonna come here, I see what you do with the storytelling. Have you ever heard of projection mapping? And I'm like, projection mapping? No. But give me a week, let me ask around. So in that week, I drop into the VR WhatsApp group. Guys, join that group if you're into XR. Like, it's got all the conversations. I'm like, does anybody know projection mapping? I get together a team by the end of the week. I'm like, yeah, man, I know all about projection mapping. What were you saying? He's like, yeah, no, I've got this amount of money to create this artwork. Can you do it in 2 months? And I was like, guys, can we do it in 2 months? And they're like, all right, yeah, we can do it in 2 months. And so we created this projection mapping piece that was like a 3D installation on the Saint Usage Church in the center of Paris, like a 7-minute long poetry storytelling piece about what the different faces of Africa might look like. And it was really an exercise, so it was called Tos. So for me, which was like an invocation of like the old storytelling that I grew up with. But also kind of bringing it again to life in the digital space. Because I'm really interested in how the digital space can become a spiritual space and a transcendental space. And so really kind of creating that like creating the new fire, you know, because we used to sit around fires and tell stories. And so what does the new fire look like if there's this technology that can completely realign and change like what it means for stories to exist? And so yeah, we went to France. I went to Sonrabo Valachia, my illustrator of Remember Your Descendants. We exhibited Remember Your Descendants there. We exhibited Tos, and it was I always have a complicated relationship, like when I'm touring like Europe, right? Because I always go and I'm so inspired, and I just see like all these like arts organizations and institutions that invest in their artists, and there's this amazing infrastructure, and I come back home and I'm like, guys, let's do the things, and then as soon as you say let's do the things, it's like, but you don't even have like the bricks like to start building the actual infrastructure. And so for me, it's like constantly like that interaction in Paris and being reminded of the lack of infrastructure back home then inspired me to now start my own company, Sizinsomi, that now is kind of looking at how do we build platforms and spaces that allow for people who have wild ideas but are told that, no, it's impossible. Then how do we become the business that says, well, bring those impossible ideas to us, and then let's figure out how to make it happen.
And I guess one of the challenges is also to make these works accessible through infrastructures, and we discussed about it, but also how you can engage with your audience. So how do you see that engagement with your audience?
And I mean, that's such an important question, especially when it comes to XR, right? Because we're living on a continent, and I was just telling you now about Togo, right? Where when you land in the airport at Togo, there's the airport, and then maybe you drive for 10 minutes and it's tarred road, and then after 10 minutes it's nothing but dirt roads. And so then how are we meant to bring headsets to Togo, or to bring headsets to, like, just recently now being in Nigeria for the Nigerian launch of Black Boy Meets Boogeyman, that they are rolling blackouts, you know? And so we're out here wanting to work in like this XR space, but then also how are we making it accessible? And so that becomes such an important question for me. I think right now, my main kind of core of my work is leaning towards more augmented reality, just because like everybody has a phone. And then if there's a picture, you can point your phone at the picture and then it can like come to life. But also sitting and thinking about Black Boy Meets Boogeyman, which is now this 360-degree piece, theater piece of poetry and music that needs to be experienced like in the headsets. So how do I at least start in South Africa, where I grab the headsets and I set up the installations like in my own townships in Soweto. I engage the TX Theater in Tembisa to set it up, or I'm in Alex, because I was even, when I was thinking about this idea, I'm like, okay, cool, I want to set up this virtual reality film in a township, and I'm Googling like VR experiences in townships. All you ever see are the cameras and like people actually using the townships to make the films. You never see actually Black people in the townships experiencing the films.
As a venue, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like it's so difficult as well, right? How people want to use the township capital and Black capital to make the work, but they don't want to invest in putting the work back into the same place where they made it. And so like I'm just like thinking about then how do we get these headsets and then put them where they need to be to speak to the people that actually need them, right? Because yeah, our work is work of imagination, because I completely believe that like just looking around here, looking at this building, before this building was made, somebody had to imagine it, right? And so our work is to expand what is possible through imagination. But if you're leaving people behind in that expansion of the imagination, then you're not creating an inclusive world where people can partake in actually designing this future that we're meant to be imagining together.
As a DLA, you are now a DLA alumni, so can you also maybe share a few words about what was your experience with the mentoring and how you feel, maybe what it's important how to grow this alumni networks and how you feel about it?
Yeah, I was really fortunate that DLA then reached out and called for the alumni to to apply to become these mentors for now imagining these new projects, and I got chosen as like the XR mentor for the boot camp. And so that has been a really interesting experience for me in terms of like, I don't think I'm the most skilled person in XR. Like the only way I've been able to make any of these projects happen is because I interact with amazingly talented people. Me coding in Unity, I think I sat with Unity for like 2 days and I was like, yo, I do not get this. Then I called Basso. I was like, Basso, Doug, can you help me over here, you know? But I think that what has worked out for me and something that I've wanted to share with other people, and this is also something that you can see in the XR space happening quite often, is that quite often because you're engaged with the technology, you're just using the technology to like just be like, okay, what cool things can we do, or what cool things can we make, right? But there's no kind of thought around the story or the impact of it. You're just like, oh, the technology exists, so let's make something that will exist with the technology. And so for me, it's been really, really important engaging with these other XR creators, which is also, it's weird to call it a mentorship because I'm out here sitting and learning from people with like so many more years of experience than me. And so I'm just like, okay, cool. If I am 3 years old in XR, it means I'm still a toddler. But like I'm 19 years old in poetry, which means, okay, I'm a bit of a teenager who's learning to drink now, so let me get my teenagerdom and put it into the XR, and maybe that's how I engage people. So I walked into that space from like, yes, you guys have dope concepts, you have amazing talents in the XR, but tell me your story, you know? And I think before you put anything into XR, into AR, into projection mapping, into VR, first tell me your story. First, like, I always think that if I'm in an application or grant proposal moment and they're interviewing me, the moment that I think that I've done well and I might have a chance of getting this funding is when I tell my story and it gives me goosebumps, right? So I'm always just like, well, tell me your story in a way that gives you goosebumps. And then once you find that moment, it's like, okay, cool. Now which technology is needed to tell that story? And so that has been an interesting thing for me. And I'm really excited that this mentorship is getting to continue and we're getting to dive deeper into the work. Because like the 2-3 months was not enough with the quality of projects that people brought forward. I'm really excited for this deep dive and for allowing people to ask their what if.
And you mentioned the pandemic and regarding your stories and your practice. Has the pandemic impacted your stories and practice?
Yeah.
Also because you are traveling and because of the pandemic, it stopped everything.
Yeah.
And for many artists and creative, they just realized that maybe traveling was not the end of everything. What about you?
It's such an interesting thing. I'm currently working on a performance as research piece where I'm interviewing people about we that remain or what remains, right? Because there's this thing where it's like, okay, cool, everything is open now, the pandemic is over. And I'm just like, but is it? But look at this collective trauma that we're all sitting with. Look at the ways in which the world has changed, and now we're just expected to go back to normal, you know? And so for me, there's, it's difficult to put into words the amount of grief and pain and sorrow that the pandemic brought and has still left us with. But then also, like, now you must balance that with, because for me, like, the pandemic was one of my most successful times. I completely transitioned to online, and I was performing in festivals across the world from my living room, right? Like that moment in time for me, like, changed the trajectory of my career. But also, I'm sitting with like deep loss. Like my father's still on a ventilator, like a year and a half after, you know, having caught COVID. And so it really becomes a thing of like, so how do you balance the loss? How do you balance the ways in which the world has changed? And then also, how do we say, no, we can't go back to normal, but then also how do you, as an artist, as a creator, use your work to then bring issue to that and to also ask those questions? I don't think I can speak on the pandemic for everybody and for all artists, because it was just such a wild time. It still feels like a strange daydream. But I do think that art has the capacity to put that into context for us and to help us start thinking about how we want to move forward, and if we want to move forward, and if we want to go backward to the old world. And so, yeah, I'm still gonna engage artistically with what the pandemic meant, but like right now it's just too close for me. Like there is no after. Like we're still in it.
Thank you so much. I can see you.
Hi, you can see me, I can see you as well. Thank you so much for this amazing discussion. Do you have any closing remarks for us? Do you have any closing remarks?
A huge thank you. It's very interesting to go in your work deeply and also to understand the context of it. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to be here. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much for such an amazing discussion. Up next, we have an exciting Pan-African animation panel. And we're going to be having a 10-minute break. Please be sure to use the bathroom and walk around the space. Stretch your legs, have some fun, mingle. And thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause, everyone. Thank you, that was amazing.
bien, très bien.
Hello, everybody. Could everyone please return to their seats? Let us gather again. Please return to their seats. We're about to start in a couple of minutes. Hope everyone had a nice break, had a nice look around. We have some exciting things to do after the panel as well. There will be lunch served at 1 o'clock. So please sit down. Please enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to hashtag from now on at Fakugesi. Please tag us on all your social media platforms. Make sure you tag us on Instagram and on Twitter as well. Thank you. Could everyone please take their seats? Everyone please take their seats. I just realized that I didn't introduce myself. Hi everyone, my name is Natalie and I'm the MC for the day. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And right now we are going to have the Pan-African Animation Focus with some amazing creators in the animation space on the Pan-African continent. All right, I'm excited. Could the panelists please come to the stage? Please join us on the stage. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, there we go. About to mic you up just now. All righty. So I'd like to introduce one of our panelists. She's our moderator for the day. Her name is Jeannie Barty. I've been seeing Jeannie around here.
Yeah.
She has an amazing smile and amazing vibe, but I think I should focus on reading her extensive bio, which is absolutely amazing. Jeannie Varty is a young director who specializes in visual development and storyboards for 2D animated short films. She is an accredited animation trainer who is active in the animation industry, working through Mullo Animation Academy through her freelance directorial work to grow and nurture South Africa's growing animation community. In her free time, Jeannie can be found mentoring young artists through her community initiative, the South African Digital Arts Community. Please give a round of applause to Jeannie. Thank you so much. I'd like to hand over to the other panelists to introduce themselves. And please say what your favorite color is.
Hello everybody, my name is Lola Akins and I'm a 2D animator and visual development artist and now directing short films. My favorite color is blue, which I am wearing today.
Same. Tabale? Yeah.
Good day, my name is Ntabeleng Pora. I'm from the Gauteng Film Commission, responsible for skills development and audience development programs, so I'm very excited to be part of this session. Thank you.
Right. So welcome, friends and everyone. I'm almost tempted to say family, but maybe that's a bit too fast for you guys. But welcome to our space. I'm very excited to be hosting this panel with everyone here, because this is my absolute favorite thing to talk about, animation. So the purpose of this panel is to sort of gauge what the different ecosystems are looking like for animation in varying parts of the African continents, learning a bit about how each studio functions and the artists that drive the artwork out. So I would like to take a moment to thank all of the partners involved for making these sort of events and stages available for these discussions to happen. Of course, we have Ntabeleng from the Gauteng Film Commission. We'd also like to take a moment to thank the French Embassy and IFAS, as well as the German Institute for making this all possible, as well as my own friends and everyone from Mullo Animation Academy and Studio. So we're going to start the discussion off with, we've had our brief introductions, but I also want to introduce you to our guests who are joining us virtually. And we would like to just find out a bit about them, where they're from, and what they do. So if we can start with you, Francis. Welcome. Hi, Francis. Welcome to the conversation.
Thank you. So my name is Francis Wireground. I'm the creative director and also the founder of Animax FYB Studios. Animax FYB Studios is a producer of 2D and 3D animation and also does work in visual effects and is based in Accra.
Okay, thank you. So Francis is also being very humble here. Francis is actually a juror at MIPCOM this year. So he's actually very well esteemed in the industry and he's been doing a lot to sort of, grow things as well. I'm going to hand over now to Mr. Adewale as well. Would you mind introducing yourself, your studio, and what you guys do? I believe you're muted.
Oh, awesome. I'm Ajibola Adewale. I run the studio called Different Studio. Our focus is mainly on extended reality and animation. We don't do all kind of animation, just text animation. So focus using tech, telling stories in quick stories for podcast to the world. That's my journey.
Yeah. So at his studio as well, he makes extensive use of extended reality as part of what they do. So not only are they playing with animation, but the ways in which we interact with it as well. If I can please hand over as well to our next guest to also just do your final introductions, please. Has he left the chat? No. There we go. Hi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Razak Isaka. I am a writer and 3D animator. And currently, I am teaching in Gobelin École de l'Image in Paris, which is where I completed my master's in animated filmmaking, and I'm also coordinating a 3D program in Gobla at the moment.
Thank you so much. So I would like to start, it's always interesting to me, you find people who are really involved and really forging the way in the industry, but many animators actually did not initially start out on that journey. And I've noticed when I was doing a bit of research, I mean, some of you started out as athletes, some people started out as engineers. So I just want to open the floor to find out, what was your journey into the animation industry and what led you here? So anyone can take the question. Lo, would you like to start?
Okay, I will start. Well, actually, I did always want to be an animator. I was fortunate that I studied animation in France, but also when I was a kid, I wanted to be a professional athlete. I played hockey and athletics, but I suffered some injuries, but I still always loved drawing, so I just decided to go and study animation, and then when I finished my degree, I came home and I started working, and now I'm here.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to figure out where to look. Okay, Francis, I don't know if you would like to also give us an idea of, how you found yourself here?
Yeah, so basically, the way I got into animation is watching a lot of cartoons as a child. Growing up, I was always watching and reading. And I was also naturally born an artist, so anything that I saw on the screen, I tried to replicate it. So I was drawing a lot of the cartoon characters, and my interest from there started that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to also, I've been dying to ask this question as well. I'm going to jump the gun a little bit because can I just get a show of hands, like how many people are interested in the animation industry or want to be involved in some way in the future? There's a lot here, great. Okay, so I think something that is a very valuable thing to learn, which not many people get the opportunity, is what government programs are available in their countries that can assist them. I think Tabeleng will start with you.
Sure. For the Gauteng Film Commission, I mean, the interest was ensuring that, one, we start introducing animation to what we would call people that may not afford to attend or to go to any institutions of higher education that could attend for animation. As a result of that, we then came with a resolution to then partner with Tsemologong, which we partnered with them to do an animation incubator program. There was also a 2D animation training, which was for a whole year, and it recruited about 10, if I'm not correct, if I'm not sure, 10 or 12 learners, which started without any knowledge of animation. They began to start drawing, others began to draw their comics from pen to pencil, from pencil to paper, but then we managed to then partner with Tsemologong, where they then started to draw from animation to digital. But that then gave them an opportunity to then understand and expand their interest within animation, and that's where the relationship with animation, particularly from a GFC's perspective, started. But with that, we then continued our partnership and our relationship with the Cape Town International Animation Festival, where we then also gave opportunities to Gauteng animators to go and attend the festival, where they will then be exposed to the professional animators, but also all the other opportunities that comes with the festival. And what we then do outside of that is that we've seen a lot of animation 2D programs where we have partnered with the Digital Canvas Academy, where they then also were assisting a lot of animators in Tshwane, because what we have also, which is a challenge from a government perspective, is that a lot of animators are centralized in the city of Johannesburg, and therefore then your West Rand, your Sidibeng, your Ekurhuleni are not really getting enough attention in terms of the institutions that will assist to upskill a lot of our animators. So everybody, and I think it's not only in animation, but in all the other genres, there seem to be a lot of centralization to the city of Joburg. But also I think that also has a serious historical reasoning to it, because everybody had to come to the city of Joburg because everybody then wanted to be within the 20-kilometer radius of the SAPC, because that was the only broadcaster that was buying content. So everybody is is descending to the city of Joburg because the opportunities are here. Multi-choice is just 20 minutes from where we are now. So the content buyers are in the city of Joburg. As a result, then the rest of Gauteng suffers because of that. Nobody's able to then go and be able to give them programs which is then closer to them. So everybody's always having, because of also the resources are within the city of Joburg. And that really is one of the infrastructural problems that we have. But also in terms of when you look at institutions of higher learning, none of them in the regions that I've just mentioned are giving or they're providing animation as a skill. So people are forced to then come here because in Citibank there's only TUT, the VAL technology, but then they're not providing such skills.
That seems to be a shortage in South Africa. But in terms of like the support networks, now you've mentioned GFC, the Cape Town Animation Festival, and a number of broadcasters in the area. What sort of things do you think, instead of approaching them as problems, opportunities for innovation, do you think we have here that perhaps we can also get the young ones involved in?
This is why we then have to then create and rather strengthen those relationships with the hubs, because of then the hubs are within the various regions within the province. But also what we need to do is that once we talk about nurturing of talent, we can't start to nurture talent when I'm already 40. You know, we need to start with the talent as a skills development program at primary or lower, lower education basis, because that's when you then start nurturing. But also we need to have those sub-programs as something that we need to then start training our learners maybe over the weekends, because of then this is when you're starting to instill a skill into a child. But also what we need to then do is to also find ourselves in a situation where we then ensure that the incubators themselves that are already existing in the various regions, we then also instill them with the knowledge, but also partner with the people that are already existing and are professionals in the sector who are staying in those regions, because of then it's easy for you to then be in the region where you are staying and impart knowledge.
I'd actually like to bring then into this part of the conversation, I just want to double check my notes because I need to make sure I've got the right person. But Razak, you actually are forging a lot of paths into the animation industry through your partnership with France. Can you maybe talk a bit to how you're trying to create these opportunities for African artists and a bit about what you do?
Yes. So my journey to France actually began, from Digital Africa. I was the winner of the Audience Award in 2018, and I got a chance to go to South Africa for a few days for Discord, and then through that, a lot of things happened, but then I ended up with a scholarship from Netflix to study my master's course in Gobelin École de l'Image, which is where I'm teaching now. And so for me, I would say it kind of started with taking steps into trying to get into or take advantage of certain opportunities. I think before that I was more just centered around my own work and not really sure if I was ready to share to the world. But then that's kind of how you get yourself out, and that's how you're able to take advantage of opportunities that are set. So my journey was more getting in touch with myself and allowing myself to put myself out there and see how I can take advantage of certain opportunities. And at the moment, I am teaching in Gobelin École de l'Image, but at the same time in partnership with Gobelin, especially because I'm part of it, and with Francis, the creative director at Animactor for the studio, and then with Munya Aram from the Munya Aram company, and Shimon Hong as well. So we're developing a training program in Ghana, and so hopefully by July next year we'll have a summer program centered around animation in Ghana. So that's one of them. But at the same time, I'm also working on developing certain programs here in France. This geared towards giving artists opportunity to polish their skills a bit more. And so more on that later. But then what is actually confirmed is our summer program in Ghana.
Thank you for that. So just for in case we have any Ghanaians who are in the call who are interested in learning a bit more about this program once it is realized, you know, how would they go about getting into this thing?
Okay, so the entry into the program is still, we are working on the entry and the requirements that would be put to be able to enter the program, but then we'll communicate that and make sure we communicate it effectively as well.
All right. Thank you guys so much. So I also wanted to sort of bring the conversation back to this idea of approaching problems as if it's opportunities for innovation. And I'm sure we're all sick about hearing COVID, but instead I would like to hear from you guys as creatives, what were some of the innovations you guys came up with and positive outcomes from COVID in your work life?
I think I can speak about that. So I'm making a short film called Natalie, and when I started, when I got funding, it was during COVID. It was the PSP Fund, the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, by the NVF and by the National Arts Council. So even though that was already a difficult time for everybody, it helped me bring me forward in my career. So yes, but then we were still in the thick of the pandemic. So we had to work online, my team. We were using Discord. It's usually a gaming channel where you stream, but now we're working. We're using it to communicate with our colleagues. So that's one way we innovated in terms of communication-wise, because yeah, communication is very important when you're working, and especially in animation as well. So yeah, that's what I can speak to.
Any of our gentlemen in the studios joining us remotely? Would you like to add?
Like to add to it, during the COVID time, I mean, when it started, it was very scary because all the clients and also the project that we were working on were placed on hold. So we started panicking because if we are not getting in the right amount of money to come support and sustain the studio, then what are we doing? Are we closing down to go home or? So we had to be proactive. We had to start thinking on our toes and see what we can do to keep ourselves going and also keep people calm. So we started producing some short films, short pieces, PSA pieces to educate the people and the public about what is happening that's COVID. And that gave us an opportunity to work for some agencies who are also in the same line of thought with us, that we need to educate people on that subject matter. But as we were doing it, it was not too effective for us. So we went back into our books, we looked at our archives, what we have, and stuff that we can actually put more energy into producing. And I realized that we had this children's content that we were developing, and we had to shelve it because of time and also the resources to create. But COVID had happened, so we were almost free. Our hands weren't so busy and tight. So we had to draw it back from the shelves, dust it, and start working on it. And through that, we were able to produce our 70 minutes production, which is Mopram.
Wow.
And fortunately for us, right after, before we even completed it, we were able to get an agent who got us a placement on Amazon Prime. So that was a very big one for us, because then it was we used this fear to turn it into something really positive for us.
That is amazing. Wow, that is such a feat to accomplish in that time. Really, congratulations, guys. That's phenomenal. So if you could just elaborate a little bit on that. If someone is looking to create a project that might be a bit big for them to bite off, what are some words of encouragement you can offer to young artists, especially looking to get into this sort of field? Anything you would say is important to focus on, words of encouragement, general advice that you think could aid people through a very difficult, big project like this?
Well, so animation is not a one-man thing. I don't believe in one-man projects because there is always some sort of strength in leveraging on one's strengths and weaknesses. So those starting out needs to be looked out for. We need to look out for people that we can easily gel with and bring in synergies to create. Animation is all about collaboration. So we need and people who have strengths in places where we have weaknesses, and that we will be able to build strong teams and also produce good content. Because the more you produce with your strength and you lose out on your weaknesses, you end up piling a lot of weaknesses, and it will show in your final product that there's a lot of loopholes in your content. Whatever you produce has a lot of loopholes. So I always say, pay attention to details, and by paying attention to details, you have to also collaborate.
Okay, I love that advice because so many people tend to want to work in a bubble. It is great that you have the drive and the intention to like make something by yourself, but knowing when you're burning out and you need help and having people add their own unique experience to your film will always make it so much stronger. So I think this is bringing us to the value of community, if I can just sort of pivot off of that. So I don't know if any of you would like to offer some communities you've come across in your countries that you think are valuable to grow arts and to grow and add to the animation industry. I don't know if you want to...
Look, from our perspective, from COVID, I mean, I can just declare this without doubt, is that animation was the only sector that was thriving in COVID more than fiction productions, unfortunately. And it was such an amazing space because you then realized how much international collaborations we have in the country, whom are animators. And yes, we always complain that animators work in silos and you all keep to your corner. But it was a corner that was very effective in terms of work because there was a lot of work done. There's no one animator that I've heard that did not do good or wasn't working on completing any project during COVID. So from our end, animation was the only industry that was very sustainable. But also I think, you know, your organizations such as Tsimologong and Animation SA was there to support their teams to ensure that people do not fall off the wagon whilst, you know, in the midst of COVID. But I think also with the alternative, because then there was a lot of alternatives in terms of how people were then more innovative in how they did their work, but also how we see the innovation with the film festivals themselves on how they then ensured that, you know, the one case in point which I could make an example with is the wildlife NUF, the wildlife environmental filmmaking. They used a lot of 3D and VR to then conduct the festival itself. So it incorporated a lot of filmmakers to then create the characters of everybody that was part of the festival because of it was on a strictly VR platform. And, you know, animation at the time, it was just at another level where there was work that was done. But I think from that we have learned that we then need to then translate or rather transfer those skills into our communities because we really cannot have everybody coming to the city of Joburg, but how do we then also go out there? And those are the things that we have done. As a result, the GFC partnered with Dipopai when they did training for primary learners in Krugersdorp, and I think you were part of it.
Yeah, I was very
And yeah, and we did also a lot of training with primary learners in Tshwane as well, because of then there was a need to ensure that as the Film Commission, we start imparting the skills, but rather also introducing people to animation itself. You know, because animation in our black communities, I can clearly say that, you know, our parents don't think it is work because of their like, you know, it's not considered a skill. And now we need to change that to ensure that people understand that animation is a business, but also not only is it a business, it is a skill, you know, because I know black parents, majority of black parents, the whole audiovisual sector in its entirety, they do not understand. And I think it's our responsibility to ensure that we get clarity and give people an understanding of what audiovisual industry is, from gaming, from scriptwriting, from fiction, from animation, so that people understand the opportunities that are there and how do we that also translate that into money, because you know we can't talk about just creativity without talking about money, because once we have everybody understanding the skill and what it entails, it's easy for us to now talk about the finances and the money that we need to start making and how do we create a business out of the skill that we have created in the country.
Could I add?
Yes, please.
So yeah, like in South Africa, I think there are a number of communities. So actually, Jeannie here, she runs the server on Discord called SADAC, the South African Digital Arts Community.
Yeah.
Yes. So about every Friday, every second Friday, there's events like on storyboarding or something with an animation, like actually how to animate the principles of animation, or concept art, and like young like people wanting to get into animation, people in the industry as well can be a part of a server, and there are also like people working in the industry, like hosting workshops. I believe there's a workshop tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, and also like in-person events. There's animation exchange. I know that happens in Cape Town, and also mainly in Cape Town. There's some in Joburg as well. And then actually, like my colleagues and I, like before the pandemic, we were hosting an event called Loba. So again, like that's very like it's ready for entrance into the animation industry. Young children, high school people wanting to get into the industry, where we sit down and we draw on paper, do live drawing. And we had like fun sketch walls, like drawing competitions. And we also had industry panel talks by up and coming artists and also industry professionals. The pandemic shut us down, but we are trying to make a comeback by the end of this year. So
you're going to make a comeback.
Stay
You've
tuned
got a
for
plan
that.
to being humble.
Yeah.
All right. How are we doing for time? We still good? We're still good. Okay, perfect. Cool. So if we can actually also find out, because I love communities because communities are your place to network and find your crew. And I'm seeing so many more young people get involved now. But again, this is a Pan-African thing. We're looking at the ecosystems that exist. So it's good to get an idea of, you know, what is your approach to a community been in your own spaces? Gentlemen, if I can turn the conversation back to you.
Should I go?
Please
go
do.
With, animating in Ghana?
No, you definitely go with animation in Ghana.
Yeah, sure. So in Ghana, we formed a movement that is gradually turning into an industry, and the movement's name is Animation Ghana. And with Animation Ghana, from the advent of animation in Ghana itself, it can be traced back to about 60 years now.
Wow.
Because the first time that the GBC, that's Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, was established, it came with an institution attached to it. And it was a colonial thing. So it came with the film school, which is the National Film and Television Institute. So they were training students who ended up working at the Broadcasting Corporation. And this training program had with it an animation department. So for the past about 62 years, we've always had people graduating from the school as animators. But it wasn't enough because we weren't really having studios that these animators would use their skills at. They would just churn out their creativity. So they will rather leave the country or change their course.
Yeah.
Over time, and also with the introduction of digital and technology, we've been able to turn it around, where we are able to produce work in a very fast way. You don't really need to be in a rush room or a dark room to be creating animation using the light box and the cellular machine and all that. So it has made it easier, and with that, now we have a lot of youth who are always trying to transition from their digital art into animation field. And with that, we've been producing our short animations and trying to enter into film festivals locally and also abroad. And over the past years, I mean, I think and I believe that we broke a yoke, which was we became like the first animation, the first country to get its short film selected at ANSI. And since then, it has been a back-to-back selection process for us. And we have the most selected films from our region, that's West Africa. And with this, we all tend to realize where we get headed and the strength that will come with our unit. So we created the movement Animation Ghana to help facilitate workshops, screening sessions, exchange programs that will help also not just to boost the know-how of our technicians, but also to give them an insight into, or to give them the exposure into how things work aside from our own ecosystem, but to also get the experience from other countries and also from abroad. With this, we were able to organize 2 projects this year, in-house, meaning in Ghana. We were able to collaborate with the French institution to host Ghana Animation Days, France-Ghana Animation Days, which saw the likes of Gobelin, some representatives from major studios in Europe, visiting Ghana to interact with our members and also some of the practitioners in the field. And with this particular project led to a very significant feat for us, where we in Ghana, for the first time, we had a booth at ANSI where you can come to us at the pavilion to interact and also get to show our stuff to the community. And from there, we also engaged the Goethe Institute, that's the German Cultural Institute, for screenings and also panel discussions. And right after that, now we are thinking of our next engagement. And our next engagement is mainly about what we all come together to agree on what to do. Now we have, from this Animation Ghana, we've been able to also empower the ladies in our ecosystem to also branch out to build their own association, which is Girls in Animation. And with Girls in Animation, they're bringing in not just the technicians, but also people who write, people who are interested in the business of animation and all that, to build a robust grounds for the females and women in animation, because we all want to believe, and it is partially true, that animation is a very male-dominant state. So I'm happy that this movement has also caused it to create an animation association for our women. And with this, we're looking for ways and means to keep improving our ecosystem, our industry. And with this, we want to put more spotlight on the region, on the continent. And through this, that's where Razak and I and Moni Aram and the Gobelin and also Suleman have come together to plan a training program that will cover the Maghreb area and will cover the West Africa area and South Africa, where we train and also build this animation industry together.
Oh, that was a fantastic answer. So this gets me really excited to just sort of hear how involved we are. We're everywhere, and it makes me very happy. So I do want to touch a little bit on, women in animation as well. There are a number of organizations. Again, Munia is very well known as well for her involvement in women in animation. And it is something we've been trying to adjust, our approach when we've been running call-outs. So if we can just take a moment to chat about, although you have got this program up and running, what were the techniques you employed to actually attract women to join these programs? So for example, something we did is when running the call-out for animation this year, we kept it lady-centric. The thing is to create visibility and know that you are welcome into a space. And we saw that did have a really good positive impact because for the first time, our classes were split down the middle, perfectly balanced between male and female. And I would just like to sort of get an idea of how we can learn from you and your approaches. What did you do to sort of make that space a welcoming, safe space to attract people to come and work in there?
Okay. I don't really have much influence in that space because I'm not a convener of it, but I'm closely affiliated to it. So I can only give you information for what I know of it, and I wish Angelica was here to say more about it. But basically what I know that her strategy from being able to bring these ladies together is that she made it very flexible. She didn't go the route of I need people who are hardcore artists, I need people who are already in the animation stage trying to do it. What she has done so far is she's had activations that takes some of the women who are already, or the ladies who are into the animation field or illustration to our secondary school, high schools to teach the ladies there, the girls coming up about animation, showed them some of the animation films that they've produced in the past, some of the projects that they are working on. So it's like they're trying to sensitize their minds right from the early stages where you make your decision into which career path to choose. So they started from school activations where they teach them and they show them. And also she has this project with LAFA where anyone who is also interested from her group, that's Girls in Animation, anyone who is interested in knowing about animation business, mainly that the project is about animation business, not so much on the technical side of things. So then she was able to also bring in entrepreneurs, people with business in mind. Okay, you don't necessarily always have to think about fast-moving commodities as a business. To venture into animation is also a huge business, so you need to also get an understanding of it so that you can support with your entrepreneurial skills, you can support our technicians to be able to build a strong animation movement or an industry. So these are the two strategies that I know that they are currently working on. And there are other ones that I know, but it has not been effected yet, so I can't really talk much about it.
All right. Well, then if I can pivot off of that, if I can turn the conversation to the ladies, what has your experience been in the industry, being an active participant, and what are ways you think that programs can become a safer, more welcoming space and lead to further opportunities for women?
Yeah, so I have something that I do with the studio at Animax FYB Studios. We do have internship program agreement with almost all the universities and art schools in the country. So every semester or at the end of every year for graduating students, we also take in national...
Sorry, Francis, if I might pause you for a second. Sorry, Ntabeleng was about to speak. No worries, thank you. We will come back to it.
I think we just need to be deliberate. Because once we are deliberate about ensuring that there is transformation in the inclusion of females or women in the sector, then we need to not be apologetic about it. Yes, we will get a backlash because, you know, in South Africa, everything's been complained for. Even when you're doing the right thing, it's fine somehow. But we need to be deliberate. So in a situation where there is women programs, we should not really wait for women programs to only be celebrated or only be approved in August, because of then it's Women's Month. But we need to then also start having higher targets in what we need to achieve. For example, if the GFC is supposed to support 10 animators, then you need to be deliberate and say 7 of those will be women, because that's how you then bring in the transformation into the sector. But if you want to then not be specific and say what is it that you want, we will always have a situation where anyway there's more males applying for funding at the GFC more than females. There is no white females that apply at the GFC, only black females. So we need to get to the issue of scrutinizing the demographics, and for us to then also see how we then create a balance in what we're trying to do. Yes, we're trying to get transformation, but how do we also then find a balance in that we are not recreating another void because of now we are too deliberate that we are now recreating another segregation process within the funding cycle.
Yeah.
But I can honestly say that yes, in the industry we have less females. At the Gauteng Film Commission, I can confirm that on animation this quarter, because our funding cycle closed on the 12th, I can say that I only saw 2 animation programs, but within the 2, there weren't females.
Yeah.
That's what I saw. Maybe there's still others, but I'm just saying generally the applications around animation are very low from our side. Maybe they do go to the NFVF, I'm not too sure, but from the Film Commission's perspective, we get very, very, very low numbers of animation. We get them because now we have to like call Joy and say, Joy, please make it your responsibility at Tshimologong to tell the teams there that the call is open.
Yeah.
Right? And then you have to then follow up. I think that's why we then had those partnerships with Dipopai, but it was beginning because now we are pushing an agenda.
Yeah. If I might probe a little bit, what do you think is the reason behind this?
I really cannot put my finger to it, but the feedback that I've received, which was just casual feedback, is that you give us a little money. We are not sure if we will be eligible to get the funds, but there's really never an actual concrete reason to say I've been declined 5 times, therefore I did not see a need to do it again. But it's just that people feel that maybe because of it's a grant and it's minimal money, therefore it's not enough for them, and then they would then opt for other avenues. Maybe also it's just an issue of not giving enough information and comfort for people to then start coming. But at least this year there is some responses. But I hope maybe also the GFC needs to work harder in penetrating the animation space and maybe providing more information on what we do for animators to then come through and start applying.
Yeah.
But we are seeing change. I must say, in 2020 there was not even one single animation application. Last year we saw some. This year I saw some, but not only on the funding part of it, but also around the training. I mean, we also have partnerships with the Animation SA right now around the incubator, which that for me is also of a great interest, because then the incubator speaks to what I'm saying, that we need to start also speaking about the business of animation, and that is serving that purpose. Where I'm concerned, and I think I'm very excited. But also, how do we then also have those partnerships in longevity for them to then also accelerate in more and creating more jobs, and then we can then start talking about, there's a shift in the spin. But yeah, I think those are the reasons, and I think we need to just do more to communicate that, because I think people think the Gauteng Film Commission only focuses on fiction and non-fiction, but animation, people think it's not really catered for. But I think it's our responsibility to then communicate more.
Yeah. If I may just add to that, Lola, I know we often have these kind of conversations around what are the barriers for women getting into the industry, but something as a trainer I've observed as well is a lot of women coming into our programs have additional challenges that they have to get through. Some have to go home to families and then still cook for the rest of the day, clean the house and perform, as gender roles have trained us to do, which is something that people often forget about. Animation is a very intensive career to be in. You often find yourself working 12 hours and more. So to balance a family and have this career, it is actually quite a difficult thing to balance. And I think that it has put off some people. So I think it would be great if we can find a way to sort of create work-family balances and studios friendly to these sort of dynamics. Lola, as a woman working and trailblazing, through your own production, Lola never brags about herself. I'm going to brag for her. So Lola came through as an intern in 2019 into our program, and she had a story she wanted to tell, and she's pursued the story for years now, and she got the funding. She's been hiring her peers. She's created a lot of jobs and employment opportunities and is actually making the production she wants to tell. So you're a woman in a very high position where you are. So what has your experience on this journey been?
Being a woman in this journey, I think it's been difficult, because, I feel like men, they get more respect or they're taken more seriously in their roles of leadership, and then you're here as a woman now you're in the position of power, so sometimes you get pushed back and people want to question you, you and your authority on your role as well, and it's don't know how to react to that. But also, I think for me personally, I pushed through it as well. I know exactly what I want to do, what the story that I want to tell. So I just need to make sure that everyone is on the same page as me. And if they are refuting to be on that same page, then there is no need for that person to be on my team. But also you have to, you have to be intentional, deliberate about having women on your team, because when I was trying to find women for the production, because the funding I got, the PSP fund, it was specific to that I had to employ a certain amount of people. That was the goal. And then finding women besides other than myself was really a challenge, So also it's again about going back to training and people being more aware, because about funding, I didn't know about funding. I could go to GFC or NFVF until I was an intern here. So really, I think it's possible to do it, to have it all. Again, this conversation comes up, it's can we have it all? I think we can have it all, but then the question is, can you have it all at the same time, family, career and success? But I feel I think men are able to do it. They have the family, career and success as well, but then again, they're relying on the women at home. Not always.
We need to be fair.
Yeah, not always true. That's true. It's true. It's true. Sorry for my generalization there, but yeah, I think we just need to be more deliberate. Push women and girls from a young age who are interested in drawing or in any aspect in animation to really if this is what they want to do, give them the opportunity to do it, because there is a career and there is a path that they can do in animation and be successful within it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the very last thing I would like to have a very quick brief touch on, and this is just, can you say it in 2 phrases, and this is open to the whole panel, is what does an authentic African identity mean to you as a creative? Would any of our gentlemen like to answer on their take?
So, to me, it means you maybe tell a story from your own perspective. I've seen a lot of story being told about Africa, but not from an African perspective. Member can go online to research of Africa and third category, but analytical category is one in which you have experience, and that's what matters. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe we're time to wrap up. I wish we could talk more. Thank you all for coming to this talk, and thank you as well for being so in-depth and intentional with your answers. I really did enjoy this session. I'm sure the event organizers will put you in contact if you have any questions about anything. You can also come and find me. I will be around all the time. Thank you all so much. Okay, keep well.
Thank you, everyone. Please give our lovely panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We made it through the first half of the day. Please look to your neighbor and say hello. You still say hello, everyone. Look to your left, look to your right. Say hello to each other. It's very important to introduce yourself. Please talk. Please be reminded that there are food trucks outside.
I was told to wrap
Yes. And we have a special screening for the animation showcase. Wait, please settle down. I have something to tell you. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, cool. There is an There's an animation showcase at the Wits Art Campus at 7 o'clock. Please be sure to join us there. All right, there will be chaperones that will escort you there as well. Thank you, guys. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone is settled. Full tummies, smiles on their faces. You look very lively. You look a lot happier now that your tummies are full. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're about to start shortly, in about 5 or 10 minutes. Please sit back and relax. We'll just begin shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. You guys are, your tummies are full, you're smiling, you seem more vibrant and energetic. That's a good sign. That's a good start. I have a special request, a very, very special request. It is one of our team members' birthday today. His name is Natalie. He's right over there at the back. Can you please sing happy birthday for him? Please. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Natalie. Happy birthday to you. Awesome. Yay. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So we are going to be beginning something really, really exciting. I don't know if you guys have been at the Future Africa Expo in the glass box. This is going to be the panel discussion. This panel is really for people who are interested in the XR space, who don't really know much about it, and I think you'd really find it interesting. I'd like to invite our panelists on the stage. Please come through, everybody. Please give them a round of applause.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Hi. So I'm Antoinette Engel. I'm a producer at Electric South. And for those of you who may not know, we're a nonprofit company in Cape Town who support a network of artists across the continent who want to explore VR and AR alongside their personal practice. And I am really delighted to be here today to tell you a little bit more about the Future Africa Telling Stories Building Walls program. Hi to everybody who's online. So this program brought together 6 artists from across the continent to do immersive projects that sit at the intersection of digital storytelling and immersive technologies. And I'd like to just play the trailer while I speak. And afterwards, I'll invite some of the artists and some of the partners on stage with me. So the project is a program that is supported by Meta, led by Africa No Filter, which is a narrative change organization working on the continent, and supported by Electric South. We offer production support, close mentorship and guidance, and we did that for each of the artists, as well as Imisi 3D. So the program consists of the Future Africa Telling Stories Building Worlds 6 immersive projects, and then also the Africa XR report, which was highlighting and doing ecosystem mapping of all of the individuals and the organizations that work on the continent to support XR in Africa. So these are just a few of the works. We had artists, 2 from South Africa, 1 from Mauritius, 1 from Nigeria, 1 from Cameroon, and another from Kenya. So shortly I'm going to invite on stage with me, and in this order please, Moki Makura, who is the CEO and founder of ANF, Africa No Filter. Just to the left. We are many years, 20 years in South Africa, and Dylan Valley from Cape Town, and as well as Pierre Christophe Gam from Cameroon. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask each of you to please just introduce yourselves, your organization, as well as your role, and then for the artists, if you could, you can take a bit more time and introduce yourself and your project and tell us a bit more about your project. Thank you.
So do we start? Okay, so hi everybody, and it's so great to be here. My name is Moki Makura, and I'm the executive director of an organization called Africa No Filter. And what we do, our mission, and this is something I wake up every day thinking about, is how we change the stereotypical narratives that still persist about Africa today. We are a narrative change organization, and because we understand how narratives evolve, they evolve through stories told persistently over time, we work with storytellers to try and shift narratives. So that's what I do.
Thank you very much, Antoinette. I'm very pleased to be here. Hello, everybody. Yes, my name is Phil Odur. I'm the Policy Programs Lead at Sub-Saharan Africa at Meta. My role involves co-creating initiatives and programs for social and economic impact, and that is specifically to look into how can digital technologies enable social and economic impact. And as you know, last year, the company changed its name from Facebook to Meta. Anybody who might not know? Oh, everybody knows. All right. I'll be so surprised if somebody put up their hands. Yeah, and that actually was looking at how do we bring together all the apps and technologies under one company brand, and how do we also start thinking about creation of the metaverse and supporting the creation. Supporting that creation and working with the different ecosystem players to achieve that objective. So my role basically is to co-create these programs and to work with different audiences to enable this. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Neva Madhu. I'm originally from the African island of Mauritius, and I have spent a large part of my life in South Africa. I originally trained as a fashion designer, so I have a slightly odd kind of trajectory from being a fashion designer into transiting as a fashion filmmaker. I call myself a fashion filmmaker, and I'm also an XR creator. So in terms of my trajectory, I think that the work that I panel today and transiting from a fashion designer into an XR creator has been enabled by that kind of work. So 4.2 is a volumetric fashion film that is a combination of fashion performance in Afro-diasporic style, and that is superimposed with virtual environments of the Southern African Large Telescope, which was scanned, LiDAR scanning and photogrammetric scanning by this amazing team. So we created the virtual environment in Unity and brought in this fashion performance within this incredible 6 degree of freedom world, 6-DOF world. And I hope you get to see it. And what it does is takes you through a journey. So it's a non-narrative project that takes you through a journey that speaks of the stars and African cosmologies.
Thanks. Hey, hi everybody. Is the mic working? I feel like such a pro with this mic on today. So my name is Dylan Valley, and I'm a documentary filmmaker from Cape Town, South Africa. I've been working in 360 video VR since 2018 when I did the Electric South Lab, and it really opened up my eyes in terms of how to, kind of work with documentary in a new way, how to bring documentary storytelling into the immersive space, and so I was really drawn to these stories around occupation, so I found that using 360 video, it works really well filming inside of a space, and I knew this house that had been occupied. I made a film about that called Azibuye, and then was very happy to be part of the African Filter and Meta project. I made a film which you can see behind you. It's on the headsets as well outside. It's called No Place But Here. And it's a documentary about a housing occupation in a rapidly gentrifying part of Cape Town called Woodstock. And I used to live just down the road from this hospital that was unused, and I found out that it had been occupied by this movement called Reclaim the City, and then began thinking about how to make a 360 film in the hospital, and worked with a co-director called Annie Neesonson to bring this project to life. But the idea is to subvert this kind of technology. 360 video, usually used in kind of property selling. So if you go on websites, property websites, they use 360 photography and video to sell houses in neighborhoods like Woodstock that are becoming rapidly gentrified, and where people are getting evicted en masse. And so I'm trying to use that same kind of technology to actually highlight these issues, these processes, but also take the viewer on a journey. So it's really just a documentary film shot with a 360 camera, And I always tell people it's not that high tech actually. It's kind of, in a way, it's quite simple. But yeah, that's the film. I hope you guys can see it.
Hi everyone, my name is Pierre-Christophe Gam. I'm a visual artist, storyteller and future thinker, but essentially a dreamer. My ancestry hails from Cameroon, Chad and Egypt, and I was raised and born in France. So you can see behind the project that I'm presenting here today. But just to give you some context about my practice, I was trained as an architect. I worked in the luxury sector for many years. And over the last 10 years, I started focusing my practice looking at the African Renaissance. So the idea of the future of Africa following the last 500 years of slavery, colonization. I'm very much interested in exploring what can the future of the African continent can look like for Africans and the diaspora as well. This project is called Toguna. And Toguna, so the name comes from the Dogon people in West Africa and Mali. And for the Dogon people, the Toguna is the place where the members of the community gathers to have meaningful conversation through a ritualized process. And so this space is very much designed for that. So it's an immersive space that has been created within Mozilla Hub. So it's a WebXR installation. You can access it with the website directly as if you were going onto YouTube. So just click on the website to access it. You can as well experience it using a VR headset. And what the space is basically a dream space. It's a virtual temple that is informed by the Ifa divination system from the Yoruba people in Nigeria. And that's a spiritual tradition that you find across the diaspora in Brazil, in Cuba. This is connected to Vodou, Santeria, Candomblé. And ultimately, this space is designed to host a workshop, so a dream workshop. And so yeah, I'll be able to tell you more afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. So Moki, if I can begin with you. If you could tell us more about Future Africa as a program, what is its aims and how did it begin?
Great question. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to start with one of my favorite proverbs in Africa, which is, until lions learn to write, hunters will tell their stories for them. And I use that proverb because it really speaks to what we at Africa No Filter do, and this program specifically, which was about stories. It's us telling our stories. And this program started because, obviously, I'm not going to speak for you, the money people came, but they were also passionate about this area. And we had a, technology. Hey? I don't know how to do this thing. So I don't know if this is going to go off again. Sorry guys, let's switch it off quickly. So they're calling again, sorry. Can you switch it off for me while I focus? Okay, so we got together with Meta, and the idea was that how do we make technology, bring technology more into the storytelling space. And one of the things we love about stories is that stories do so much, but if you can make them immersive, if we can actually take the person into the story and help them understand the story and feel the story better, that's what we at Africa No Filter want, because our stories are about having impact. So that's where we started with this project. And it was really looking at the platform that, that Meta has, which is how do you bring the metaverse and put storytelling together? And that's what we did. So the group that we brought together, there's Electric South, there's us, there's Emisi who did the research. We did, in addition to that, we got some journalists to start writing about extended reality, because the important thing, we have to create surround sound around this new technology, and this is the future of storytelling. So we also got some academics to research into the area, just to see what the opportunity is, what are the gaps, what are the opportunities in the XR field. So we've got researchers doing stuff, we've got journalists writing stories, we've got three of the storytellers here, actually creating content that you can experience. And the next thing is that how do we broaden it out? How do we democratize it? How do we get this content out into the world? So, for me, it's a really exciting project. And the real reason why Africa No Filter is particularly excited about it, they are people in the world who think we in Africa wake up every day and go and search for food. They think this continent is stricken with poverty. They think it's stricken with corruption, with conflict, with disease, and with poor leadership. Those 5 frames are the typical way most people see the continent. So I find it incredibly refreshing and just exciting to see this kind of artistry, this kind of storytelling, this kind of technology being used right here in Africa. Everything was sourced here, the technology, the expertise, the people, the stories, all African. That makes me incredibly proud, and that's why we are a proud supporter of this initiative, Future Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say it's been an incredibly significant first step towards supporting XR creators in Africa. And so, Phil, I'd like to ask you, what more is Meta thinking to do for XR creation in Africa?
Yeah, indeed, and that was the first step that we did. And when we announced the company name change, we also announced, an investment, $50 million investment into global research and programs that will enable the creation of the metaverse. And we also additionally announced a $150 million investment to what we call the Metaverse Innovation Learning Fund, which is really looking at how can we create experiences for teaching and learning that are more immersive. And these are really, the potential for the metaverse is actually very huge. On the continent, though, in addition to the Future Africa Fund and this project, which is amazing, and we've seen like the stories that are coming out, we have other projects that we are working on. So, for example, we've partnered with the MISI 3D, who are the convener of AR VR Africa, the hackathon that most of the creators here know about for many years. And this year, alongside MISI 3D and Black Rhino VR, we've put together AR VR Africa Metathon, which consists of different activations, including training. So we know that the new and emerging creators may not be so aware or don't have those skills. So how do we, through the AR VR Africa Metathon, do the skills building through training? So focusing on Spark AR, we're also going to focus on Unity VR. There is also going to be a hackathon, which is going to be across 18 countries on the continent, which is amazing. Like what people are already doing on this space is something that it can't be, it can't be overemphasized. It needs to be pushed and it needs to be supported, and we recognize that. And in addition to that, there are so many hackathons that happen, but what happens after the hackathon? Yeah. So in partnership again with the MISI 3D, we are going to have an XR bootcamp, and this bootcamp is a 3-month intense engagement that includes really looking at the prototypes that would have come up with. To what extent can they be pushed and incubated into real, products or solutions that can be put in front of investors? So that is one. The other piece is centered around skills building, particularly when you look at Spark AR. And we've partnered with African Leadership University to do a Spark AR training across Africa. So we are targeting to reach more than 6,000 people trained through it, so that we can build skills of guys who can start telling stories and building worlds that are truly authentic from Africa. So that when you're going there and you're seeing all these technologies and the products, we want to see a number of those from Africa, and supporting that is a key thing. Then we've also partnered with Lagos Business School. They have a lab called Virtual Human Interaction Lab. Never heard of it before. But we are exploring an academic research on to what extent would participating in game design and also gameplay in VR experiences would lead to empathy and compassion. And we are focusing this on thematic issues such as ethnicity. As you know, several countries around Africa do have ethnic conflicts. In some cases, it leads up to civil wars and so on. So we are trying to find out to what extent would learning experiences using VR actually lead to empathy and compassion. Yeah, so those are some of the projects that we are supporting, and hopefully our intention really is to look at how can we collaborate more? How can we work with the ecosystem that is doing stuff on the continent? And how can we start having an emerging metaverse that is truly African, that we can push out there? That's really what we are doing, and hopefully we shall do more in 2023 and beyond.
Right.
I hope so, yeah. I mean, the use cases for VR and AR in Africa are many, and I think all of the projects you've just outlined are testament to that. So I guess for anybody who is interested in this space, look up MEC 3D, follow them on social media, as well as Electric South. You know, we constantly have calls, and we know that people come to immersive technology from very many different backgrounds and experiences and fields, and I think it's for everyone. So if you're willing to learn and explore, then definitely, you know, take the next steps. So I want to turn to Noma. So Noma, I want you to talk a little bit more about the technology that you used. You used volumetric capture for your piece 444.2. So I think, you know, we are also trying to include in this conversation, you know, we're trying to have a conversation for those who are on the outside looking in and kind of want to get a sense for, you know, what is the software, what is the technology, what does it do, how do I think about it? So, so tell us about what VolCap is and also why you chose to use this form.
Volumetric capture is a relatively new way of filming actual humans and performance and moving objects also, I suppose. And it combines RGB cameras, so normal color camera information data, with depth data that comes from a depth sensor. And that whole technology, I think, has evolved from the Xbox Kinect. So again, gamification, that kind of converges with gaming technologies. So for 444.2, we used a 3-sensor array and Azure Kinects, which are kind of super hard to get hold of at the moment, in order to capture a performing person in flowing textiles. So it was like super experimental. So prior to 444.2, I've worked with completely digital born assets, so completely 3D generated avatars, 3D generated textiles and simulated in movement. So I was really interested in bringing back a little bit of actual performance within the VR context. And also, I think my observation is that with completely digitally generated, so digital-born assets and avatars, there's always a little bit of that uncanny valley. I still spot it, even in meta-humans. And with volumetric capture, I think that we do away with that. There is more connection with the performance of the dancer, for example, in the piece that I use. In terms of the project that we did, I'm not going to say that was a walk in the park. I think as we move into the areas where it's more than just the camera, it becomes more computational, and you're dealing with like data, depth data, and the combination of both. It becomes a collaborative process. So we had software engineers on board, Unity artists, so this whole creative technologist ecosystem just expands when you're exploring these tools.
Yeah, it's definitely not it's definitely not the auteur who creates XR. It's definitely a collaborative effort because there are so many different individuals who have to work on a piece in order to bring it to completion. And we're very lucky to have very strong organizations and facilities and creative technologists and developers who are working in Africa with each other and supporting each other's projects. So
I think on that note, I wanted to touch on the previous talk that I attended with Ingrid and Natalie that were talking about opening and closing doors. And as much as the digital is democratic in a lot of senses and it really helps emancipate, when you're looking at slightly more recent contexts and maybe slightly more complicated contexts, there are still gatekeepers, and I do think that there are it's not an open and one for all. Unfortunately, it's still very political.
It is on. No, it is on.
It was on.
Yes.
I think it's on now. Yeah, so saying that the digital is extremely political, so as much as it's democratizing, there are still gatekeepers, like the access to the volumetric technology wasn't an easy one, and it was really great to have the support of Meta and ANF, and that's what's made it happen. And also DepthKit that came on board with very generous sponsorship. It's brilliant methods to do volumetric capture.
So can I just say something before you go on? I think one of the big things for us about this project is that it's helped us identify gaps, things that don't exist here. So I think even though it was a down for you, actually moving forward for the next person, now that we know that it exists, we should be able to put something in place.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an amazing learning curve. I can't imagine not having used volumetric for this project. Sorry, I think this is good.
No, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, and I mean, I think we've learned a lot doing this project. I think all of the partners have taken a lot away from it. And I know for each of you as creators, you've also had to bump up against many different challenges. So, Dylan, this is the second 360 film that you've made. The first actually ended up at Sundance, I think even to your surprise, because it was the first time you were working in 360. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about, what you've learned about working, with immersive technology and documentary, and why not just a 2D documentary, which you've touched on a little bit already. But also tell us about, like who does it take, what kind of creative or personality does it take to be working in immersive, For those who might be wondering, am I a good fit for this?
I think I'll answer the second question first. I was going to forget to answer that. But I would say anybody should be really working. Anybody who's interested in storytelling, anybody specifically digital storytelling or filmmaking or the visual arts, you should be experimenting with this technology. Mm-hmm. It's going to become more and more ubiquitous in our lives as we go along. Now it still feels kind of oh, this is new, but it's something I really do think it's going to be way more ubiquitous, and it's just another tool. It's not. I think we often think it's going to replace. It's oh, this is what TV is going to be like in the future, or whatever. And that's usually when a new technology comes along, we tend to think it's going to replace the older technologies, but it just kind of sits alongside, I think. And so, but I think there's going to be a lot more of it, and it takes a little bit to get over that initial apprehension. And people think it's going to be scary, like you're going to go on a roller coaster ride in the headset or something like that. It's not always like that. And in terms of why I really like working in 360 video for documentaries, it really gives you the sense of being there. So that's what people call academics who've been theorizing about VR. They call it telepresence or presence. It's the idea of being somewhere when you're not really there. Mm-hmm. And that's also what can make you feel sick sometimes, because especially the camera's moving, because you still feel your body, but you also feel you're somewhere else. Mm-hmm. So that's why movement, you have to be careful in terms of how you shoot movement and that kind of thing. And yeah, at the same time, being there gives you something that just watching, so for me it's the difference between watching characters on a screen and then visiting the participants in the film, actually visiting them and sitting down with them, that kind of thing. So the feeling that I want you to get from the film is that you actually visited the participants in this film, and that through that you actually get what people call empathy. So a lot of people, at the beginning of kind of VR documentaries, were theorizing a lot about empathy, a heightened empathy. But for me, it's I want to get a sense of solidarity with the people in the film. And I want you to feel like you got to know them, you actually got to be somewhere with them. And that's something that's hard to do without this kind of technology. So it gives you an added benefit. At the same time, I think strong storytelling practices are really important. So I approach the story as if I'm making a documentary, not an XR experience, because it's my background. So I try and be informed by strong storytelling practices from a documentary storytelling point of view, because those are my strengths. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, and you bring yourself to it, right? And it's stronger. You enhance the experience through who you are and bringing your voice to it. And I think that that's what this program was all about, is amplifying African voices and making sure that, you know, we get heard and we get seen and we get to offer up something of ourselves and our very diverse continent. So, Pierre, I know that you are many things, right? And including an incredible artist whose work is often installation-based, a dreamer too. And so I want to ask you, why did you choose XR? Like, what does it bring to your practice? And also, why did you create Toguna World?
So in 2019, I started running a series of dream workshops. So, you know, I mentioned before that the installation is centered around a dream workshop. So what I mean by that is that, so there's a quote, we can take some time, right? So it makes sense. So there's a quote that is, so the whole project is rooted around one quote, which is, the secret to reality is that everything is just a dream, and it is only when dreams are seeded onto the infinite soul of our imagination that it can manifest into our world. And so the premise of the installation is to provide a space where people can start considering what they want ultimately. So the idea of envisioning in view of hopefully manifesting the kind of future and reality they want for themselves. And it's written in the idea that in order to manifest or create the future, you first have to imagine it. But the problem that we have is that when we project ourselves in the future, we very often see the world, let me step back. So we look at what exists, everything that exists in our world today stems from the imagination, right? Everything, this room, our clothes, everything. But we tend to look at the final object as if it's a limit to reality. And the way people project themselves in the future, they look at what already exists at building blocks, and they just modify it and readjust them. But they don't try to consider what they will want ultimately. And so the workshop is very much designed to provide a space of mindfulness where people can start really considering in earnest what they will want for themselves and others. Right. So that's the premise of the workshop. And so I started running this workshop as physical immersive experience since in 2019. So the first one was in Kenya as part of the African Crossroad gathering. And the second one was in Ghana as part of the Year Return. And so in Ghana, it was rooted around a dining experience. And so the Year Return, for those who don't know, it was a celebration of the returning of deported, the descendant of enslaved Africans that were deported across the world, in particular in America, that were able to return 400 years after in Ghana. So it was a gathering, a celebration, and I felt that when a family comes and unite again, what is the first thing that you do is that you share a meal, right? So we created a banquet, and the space was designed as an ancestor shrine to pay respect to the ancestor. And we used that moment as an opportunity to start envisioning what we would want for ourselves moving forward. So it was very much a dreaming portal exercise. So that was the basis of my practice in that context. And I was looking to continue this kind of immersive installation in 2020, but something happened in 2020, namely COVID. And so I had to reconsider and think about how could I be still creating this kind of dining conversation experience in the new reality that was falling upon us. And during COVID, I started taking part to a lot of, I was invited by friends to take part to this Instagram conference, interviews and forum. I took part to a lot of conference online. I was invited to speak there. And I started to see how people were actually able to use it. And I saw that it was already very mature. People were comfortable sharing ideas online, having very meaningful conversation. And so I started to think, because when in the physical installation, it's very much I build a space, to really create a sense of immersion and a kind of total experience. And I felt, what technology could I, utilize in the digital space that will allow me to create something similar? And that's how I came to the VR and the WebXR, And another aspect technically as well in regards to the installation, so I have to give as well some context. So what you're going to see today is the space where the workshop takes place. So it's only one part of the experience. The center of the experience is the actual workshop, which you're not going to be able to experience today, right? And the workshop will start running from next month. So there will be a series of preview beta workshop, but the real launch of the installation will be in January, so next year. There will be an online experience, and there will be as well ultimately a physical experience, which will be as a full art physical installation with augmented reality. But going back to the medium that I use, so I decided to use Hub, Mozilla Hub, because it was very easy in terms of technology. One of the criteria that I had from the beginning is that I wanted the experience to be accessible across the world, and considering that on the continent, but even in the West as well, to be fair. Because we speak about the VR as if it's a technology that is already mature in the West, but it's not. Most people don't have a VR headset. It's very still a minority of people that have it. And so I wanted to create an experience that would be accessible to most, and as well something that would be easily downloadable in spaces with low internet bandwidth, so on the continent. And so this is why we came to that.
Yeah, there's real power in meeting virtually, I have to say. So we have 3 of the XR creators here, but the other 3 are Xabiso Villi from South Africa, and from Nairobi, Michelle Angawa, she's in the audience. Hi, Michelle. And then also, who else? Malik Afegbua, who's from Lagos, Nigeria, who unfortunately couldn't get a visa. And we are so disappointed, because it is a real problem, and we really have to address it, because there's absolutely no reason he shouldn't be here. What I did want to say just about meeting virtually is that all of the creators attended our lab, which is a residential lab that happens every year, the New Dimensions lab, in order to kind of incubate and refine their project idea. But the Future Africa participants were doing it online because it was a hybrid lab. And I had met Xabiso in many different Zoom meetings. And at the lab, Jason Stapleton, who is our creative technologist at Electric South, and he was there. And anyway, getting us all into VR chat because he is a VR chat evangelist. And I met Xabiso in one of the worlds. And it was like, I recognized him, not obviously from his avatar, from what he sounded like. And he taught me how to fly. And it was literally like one of the best experiences. And it was so cool. And it's like, you can't do the same on a Zoom meeting or a call. And it's really very special. And also shout out to Rick Truick, who is here from Eden, who, if you don't know, creates VR worlds and has done so for so long, so is an OG in the space. So absolutely, Pierre, please invite us all to the next workshop. And we'll go to the URL on our desktop or our laptop and we'll join. So Moki, just to come back to you, this program begins to tell a story about what independent XR creation looks like in Africa. So, what is the value in this? I think we know now after having this conversation, but I would love to see more of this. I'm sure you're the same.
I think one of the things that we've found is that we are a storytelling organization, so that's what we promote, but there's a lot of applications to this world. There's a lot. And I think because of the needs that we have as a continent, and I think one of the big things everyone's talked about is education, like applying this to education. And I'm just going to quickly say something. Prior to this role that I had, I used to work for the Gates Foundation, and Bill Gates was totally obsessed with trying to get more Americans and more Europeans to put more money into development and aid. And his vision was, if I could just take them to Africa, if I could just show them what the problem was. And so he, did a couple of things where he had, VR cameras and tried to show people. But I see it in a slightly more positive light. The Africa that I know and that I experience, I want more people to see it. And I think not everybody gets the opportunity to come to the continent. And what we often find is that they are interpreting the continent through other people's eyes, through journalists, through documentaries, through films. So that's a big advocacy play for us. But if you can sit in London or sit in New York and experience Africa, that for me is a huge opportunity for this industry, for this sector. And when it comes to funding, that's an issue that people come, because it is technology, but like everything else, over time, we assume that prices will come down. Things will become more affordable. But I really want to say that we've got to look for African solutions, because I think one of the challenges being in Africa, where you receive a lot of new ideas, new technologies, you start thinking they have the solutions and we need to aspire to come up with initiatives that work in the West. But no, we need to come up with our own solutions. So if we can't afford Oculus, what's an African solution? I think that's how we need to start thinking. What works for us? So if we can make that work in this sector, then I think there's huge potential.
Yeah, and I think also, what's important is an enabling environment, right? So, Phil, you're working with many policy stakeholders and probably many, corporates as well. So, what kind of enabling environment do you want to see in sub-Saharan Africa?
Yeah, so when it comes to policy, I think the first part would be actually for maybe policymakers to attend to Guna, one of the envisioning workshops. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because most of our governments here in Africa, in most cases, they do not have that vision for new and emerging technologies. And I think the first step would be to create a vision for new and emerging technology. What does it mean for us? What type of problems will it be able to leapfrog and solve? For example, you see a country like UAE. They have a strategic plan for the metaverse. They have a ministry for AI. Last week, I think, was it and I have my colleagues here from Meta, Nomonde and Duduetang. They work more in that space. But last week, they launched an office, a virtual office for the Ministry of Economy. So they do have that thinking of what is the potential of the metaverse to change lives in their country. Of course, there are lots, there will be challenges, there will be opportunities, and so on. But once you have a vision and a strategic plan, the governments then will start thinking about what are some of the building blocks to actually make it happen. So, for example, there's this, this unlicensed 6 gigahertz, spectrum that will enable guys to have proper internet, yeah? So that one has only been, I think it's a ratification that only Kenya and Mauritius, Kenya where I'm from, and Mauritius have signed. The rest of the governments haven't signed that, and they haven't provided that unlicensed use of 6 gigahertz, yeah? And then if you think about other elements like, power, or, digital skills, or even, even before they think about regulation, how can they enable the development of the metaverse and the adoption of new and emerging technologies? Because if you look at the mobile revolution, it really revolutionized maybe the financial sector, yeah? So people who did not have bank accounts now through mobile banking could be able to have financial access to services that they wouldn't be able to before. So there are considerations that governments need to have, and priorities needs to look at economic opportunity, issues to do with privacy, of course, issues to do with safety and integrity, but most importantly, inclusion is also a key thing, that when they build up these visions for the metaverse, they also need to consider what are these things that they need to figure out as they set up the success for the metaverse in the continent. Yeah.
Can I ask Phil a question? Sorry. Just a quick question. Are you finding that it's fear or ignorance with policymakers or African governments, in terms of metaverse?
I would actually say lack of knowledge. So ignorance. Ignorance usually has a negative connotation. Yeah. So if you go to a minister of ICT, probably they've never experienced some of these technologies, so they don't know what they don't know. So that's why that envisioning workshop would be great. So even these experiences, it would be great if we have more experiences that can be put in front of policy stakeholders. However, there are ministers who are actually very progressive. So for example, I'll give an example of the Minister of Tourism from Zanzibar. He had actually requested that, how can they build the world of Zanzibar Stone City during the pandemic so that people can visit it virtually before they come to the country.
Kenya as well. Kenya did that as well.
Don't wanna, I'm from Kenya, so but the government changed. Anyway, so there are those who are progressive and they get it, but a lot needs to be done so that they get to know it even better. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of evangelizing to do, but we'll do it. So I wanna give the artists the opportunity to offer a final comment, any words of advice or any kind of future plans that you're very excited for, and then and we round off with you.
No.
I hope this works. I think it does in the beginning. I think future plans. I need to finish my studies. I'm currently a PhD candidate, and I hope to make more work, and for the current work to be shown as widely as possible. I do know that it's a slightly more demanding setup, but I do think with our resources pulled together that it can be shown more widely. And especially the education context is close to my heart, so those kinds of education nodes around Africa if possible.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to continue working in 360 video and VR. I'm not exactly sure what the next project is, but I've been encouraged to make a third occupation form, so I think I'm going to turn it into a trilogy. I'm very inspired by the artists around me and I've learned so much from these guys. And I'm going to be taking some of these lessons with me in the next project, and the energy that we've had together. It's been kind of like we've been traveling a bit together. It's almost like we're a traveling band. So maybe we're going to drop a mixtape. Hopefully, look out for that.
The project is very much still ongoing. It's just at the beginning. And so I'm going to be working towards the launch of it in January. And then I'm going to be running the workshops. And alongside the workshop, there will be a website that will be an archive of dreams. So based on the dream that will be harvested in the context of the workshops. And so what I'm looking at is then to start conversation with academics. So I started discussion with MIT, and I'm looking at having conversation with other, schools, university research artists, thinkers, philosophers, to really start, designing, exploring new optimist vision of what the future of the African continent can be, so that this can be part of the zeitgeist, of the mindset of the conversation of how we see ourselves. So it's very much connected to the initiative of NF, of how we see ourselves and on how we understand our agency in manifesting the kind of future we want. So that's that aspect. And the other thing as well that I'm working on is that I'm developing the production for the physical installation. So I'm working with artisans in Benin. So I'm making tapestries, I'm making furniture, I'm making ceramics. So I'm building a whole immersive world around Tuguna.
Okay. Wonderful. Wow. So, I would love to encourage everybody to please see the work and explore the work. We have been so privileged as Electric South to offer the support that we have to the creators and to their teams. And with us in the audience is Ingrid Kopp, who's Electric South co-founder. Hi, Ingrid. I would like to close now and say thanks to each and every one of you. It's been a really great discussion. I'm so glad we could be in conversation. And to everybody, please, you will find the work if you exit out the door and walk all the way as if you were coming in. You'll see the glass box, but don't forget there is another section if you just continue towards your left and just downstairs. There's a room with Noma and Pia's pieces there, and the other work's all available in the glass box for you to see. So thank you. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you to our younger panelists. Just like she mentioned, please be sure to go to the glass box. There's a lovely exhibition in there. I'd love for you all to experience the work they've been speaking about. There's also a NFT talk that will be happening right now. This is an NFT talk for African collectors that will be happening right now. And the Future Africa Showcase will be happening as well in the glass box. Please feel free to stay. And for all those joining at home, please feel free to stay and enjoy the session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm going to say something. I want to say. No. Oh, good.
Hello, everyone. Just a quick announcement. Please don't forget the cocktail evening that is going to be happening on the deck. Please don't forget about that. Please check your invites. Thank you. There's going to be a cocktail mixer on the deck. It's invite only. If you have been invited, please be sure to go upstairs. Thank you. Just a quick reminder. Hi, everybody. We are having the NFT masterclass for collectibles in here and the Future Africa XR showcase in the class box. If you would like to stay for the masterclass, please stay. And if you are going to the class box is ready and available for you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Could everyone please take their seats? We are about to begin.
So you need to, like, say, tell people the people that want to go to the showcase, need to go out into the glass box, the people that are
Just a quick reminder, if you are staying for the NFT masterclass, please be seated. And if you'd like to go to the glass box, please make your way to the... Hello, everyone. Hi, hi, hi. Hello, hello, hello. If you're staying for the NFT masterclass, please be seated. And if you'd like to go to the Future Africa Showcase in the glass box, please make your way to the glass box. We are about to begin. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the NFT for African Collectors Masterclass. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being present in this space. Now, I'm not really familiar with NFTs, so this is going to be very beneficial for me and for anyone who isn't familiar with NFTs as well. I'd like to welcome up on the stage our first presenter, Diseto. Please welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just hope you still have the energy for Fakugesi. We've started since the morning and things have been crazy, but I just hope that you have the energy to actually listening into this masterclass. And also, I know it's been live streamed, but also the people here. And I've noticed that there are some technical people in the masterclass, over here. But what you need to know is that the masterclass is actually going to be available as a toolkit also on the website that people can use, can download and follow through later on. So first of all, what I need to mention is that just a disclaimer on this masterclass is that this is not financial or investment advice of any kind. So we are not licensed. We are not licensed to do any of those. But also, this is just for educational purposes. We just want to, introduce people that are not familiar, but also people who are familiar with NFTs and blockchain. So basically, in this masterclass, we will be just introducing the terminologies, the general terminologies that are being used, but also we're going to be introducing the marketplaces that are being used. We're going to be talking about cryptocurrency. We're going to be talking about blockchain. We're going to be talking about, how you earn royalties when you sell your NFTs. So basically, that's basically just like a summary of what we're going to be doing. So first of all, I'm not going to be alone in this masterclass, right? I'm not going to be alone, but also this masterclass is not just for collectors. It's also a masterclass for creators. So you see that it is divided into two. So this 3-hour session from now on up until 6 o'clock, hopefully, will be done by then. So I will be with Taliso Ngoma, and also I'll be with Jepchumba. So basically, just to introduce myself, first of all, right? I'm Diseto. I'm the CTO of Umdeni. So Umdeni is an agri-tech startup. So I know you're wondering, okay, so I mean, you're wondering in terms of qualifications, like, can this person actually teach us how to make NFTs and all of those things, right? And also, I know some of you have perhaps read my bio and saw that I'm a farmer, so you are wondering, oh, is this guy going to teach us how to herd cows or something? I mean, are those cows NFT cows? We don't know, but anyway, no. First of all, yes, I am a farmer, but also I have been creating NFTs, right, as a creator. So in terms of like doing art, I've actually created NFTs and I've sold a few NFTs. But in addition to that, one of the products that we are building at Umdeni is on data NFTs. So basically what that is, you know, in today's days, you know, people are more concerned about what they are eating, whether they are eating organic foods or not. Like, you know, they are more concerned about whether in the foods, are they putting more, like the nutrients, is the nutrients organic or inorganic or all of those things? So what we are doing there with data NFTs is that we are actually collecting that data from the farm up until to the shops where it tracks all of that. So that's just my work on NFTs and blockchain in terms of farming, but also even on art. I'm a creator myself. I've also collected NFTs, so that's something that I've done. There's also going to be Xabiso over here. Xabiso is going to be, so first of all, what I want to talk about is that the masterclass is going to be a little bit more interactive, right? We're going to have Q&As, but also we're going to have live demos. So I'm going to do like a simple presentation on how, you know, on NFTs, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and all that. But then Xabiso is going to come in and he's going to do the live demos. And then the third speaker is Jepchumba. So Jepchumba is going to talk a little bit more about her experiences in, basically she has experiences in creating a marketplace for NFTs, but like she's going to talk a little bit more on her experiences on that, but she's also going to talk a little bit more on the opportunities, but also the hurdles in that. I mean, like, what are the hurdles in all of this? So she's gonna get into that, okay? So basically, what are NFTs, right? But also, the other thing I need to mention, like I said, there's technical people. I see Rick over there, there's Baso over there, to mention a few. So this masterclass is like a masterclass where you would want to explain to your grandmother what are NFTs, right? So, or like a 6-year-old, what are NFTs? So that's actually how the language is going to be like throughout this. So bear with me, be patient with me when I'm saying, oh yeah, like, you know, when I'm a bit slow on it or like simplifying it too much. But that's mainly because we want to just get people excited about NFTs, but also we want to, you know, give them, you know, all the problems that are there. Because there are problems, right? There are challenges, there are all the things that you need to look forward to when you get into the NFTs. But we want to do it in a more simple way. Okay, so as I mentioned, what are NFTs, right? So I would just like simply define them by defining the individual terms, right? So there's non-fungible or fungible. The word fungible basically means that an item is replaceable with another item of the same value, right? And then non-fungible means it's replaceable. I mean, it's not replaceable, sorry. So now the token on that, that's the second part, it only refers to, it's just a string of numbers, basically, like the computers basically identify a physical digital, a digital asset or even a physical asset, and then it just identifies it, and that's how it connects the physical object to the computer, right? But also what is important about that is that the token cannot be changed, right? You can't modify it, you can't tamper with it. And I'll get a little bit more on that, why you cannot and how that works.
So an example of an NFT basically is a 10 Rand note. So a 10 Rand note, you can simply, you can replace it with another 10 Rand note, or you could replace it with 2 5 Rand coins or 5 2 Rand coins, right? But also another example of something that you cannot replace is like, let's say, for example, you started a business and then you made your first 10 Rand, and then you basically take that 10 Rand and then you just, frame it and say, this is the first 10 Rand that I made when I started this business. And that can actually be an NFT. But that's like one particular 10 Rand. You understand the difference? Or the other example is that of a Mona Lisa, right? So Leonardo da Vinci is the painter that painted the Mona Lisa. So there's only one Mona Lisa in the whole universe, right? So even if, let's say you're a painter, you want to copy it, like maybe you're a very skilled painter and you want to mimic how Da Vinci was actually painting, whatever you paint is not going to replace the original Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa is just the Mona Lisa, right? There's only one. And that's basically what an NFT is. Okay. So basically, when it comes to the creation of NFTs, the first NFT was basically in 2012 on the Bitcoin blockchain. So basically, someone just created a coin, like a golden coin as an NFT, and said, colored coin, sorry, as an NFT, and said, this is an NFT. And that was back in 2012. And then in 2017, there was CryptoKitties. So CryptoKitties is actually a game where players, they breed virtual cats. They breed them, and also they trade them. So basically, the virtual cats can actually evolve depending on, like, you take care of them as a player. So that's pretty much what happened on that. And then the next thing was with CryptoPunks, and that was on the Ethereum blockchain. And CryptoPunks is pretty much, when NFTs became a little bit more popular. You saw, like, with an example of, like, with Jay-Z, for example, he put, like, an avatar on Twitter of a CryptoPunk of himself, or at least someone that looks close to himself, but you can definitely say that that's Jay-Z, right? And that's when it became a little bit more popular, and then that's when it went viral, basically. Everyone just jumped into it, and then everyone just started to say, okay, let's check them out. And pretty much that is, the question, rather, like, should we actually go into this? Like, I believe that. I believe that there exists an opportunity for African creators. So the first thing that we need to note is that in Africa, we've always been storytellers. We can go all the way back in history and talk about how the cavemen were actually, on the walls, were actually just putting their murals and, like, basically telling their stories, or like telling their origin story to the whole world. And they've been doing all the art, they've been telling the story. So we have a lot of stories in Africa. So what we need to then talk about is what are the opportunities in tech, right? We're already doing it, but we need to know that tech is an enabler. Okay, it is just enabling us. So there's an opportunity over there, and we're just saying, let's take advantage of the opportunity that exists. And that's pretty much my thought on that, and I believe that's also the thought on all the other speakers over here. But also the other thing about, I'll just talk about the blockchain, basically, is that, when it comes to that, the blockchain actually, the nice thing about it is there's no middleman, right? We've been seeing, like, a few people lately, like especially music artists, they've been complaining about contracts. They've been, excuse the French, being screwed out of their contract. Basically, their money being stolen because of the contract was not set up very well or whatever. But now the blockchain exist, or rather, it offers an opportunity to sort of remove that middleman and say, okay, let's pretty much use this as a way to prove ownership of what I've created. As a creator, I create something and say, okay, this is what I own. And then the blockchain is able to record that and tell everyone else that this creator over here is the one who created this particular piece of art. Okay, so now, I mean, as a collector, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm actually trying to entice you right now to come in as a collector. So the question is, why should you be collecting NFTs? I mean, that's a very important question, and that's something one should ask, right? So first of all, I mean, suppose that, let's say you like art. First of all, you have to like art. Do you find it beautiful? Do you find it aesthetically pleasing? Is a piece of art something that you would put on your wall and say, there it is, and look at it every single day and say, okay, this looks nice, I like it, and all that. If that is the case, you should just, you should buy it. That's enough reason to buy it, right? But now, the second reason on that really is that when it comes to creators, what we need to, I'm a creator, by the way. You can tell by the hair, but the hair really is really about, so this month, by the way, is Mental Health Awareness Month. So that's the reason for the hair, but yeah, at the same time, I'm just a creator. So as a creator, I need to point out that the work that we do is work, okay? This is something that we need to understand. So like a lot of people, and earlier I was listening in on the animation panel, like one of the speakers was talking about how the parents were saying, no, you guys are doing the Popeye, what is that, like Kemetlai and all that stuff. But anyway, my point is it's not play, it's work, right? It's something that we do. Yes, it's very, it's something that we do for fun sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. We do it for fun. We do it for therapeutic reasons, some of us. So we do it for all of that, but also there's an opportunity as a creator to actually tell your story to the world. But now, for us to be able to continue doing all of that, we need to be supported. And that's the reason why, as a collector, you would want to come in and collect or buy our NFTs, basically to support our work so that we continue with the work. But also, there are the other aspect of supporting social good projects. So, for example, there is an artist in Nigeria that actually minted a collection of NFTs where he was able to then basically say 50% goes to me as a creator, and then the other 50% goes to charities that build schools, right? So the way that he set it up was that, okay, especially on the marketplaces, which is the other interesting thing about blockchains, is that you are able to do that. It's very transparent, right? So you are able to see as a buyer that, okay, the 50% that I'm going to, like when I pay for this NFT, the 50% is going to go to that charity, and then the 50% is going to go to the creator. So that's also important to support social good projects, right? Okay. Okay, so what is the blockchain? I hear a lot of people are talking about this blockchain. It's like, what is this thing anyway? But anyway, so suppose you suppose you're a bank, a bank like Standard Bank. So the responsibility of a bank as big as that is to make sure that they store your money safely and securely, but also they also store your transactions. So let's say you're doing your online transactions, you're buying online on a marketplace somewhere, or you are on an ATM, you're throwing money to buy whatever. They basically store all these transactions and data in a central database that they control, that they make sure it's secure and everything, right? So that's pretty much how they do all of that, right? So, but then when it comes to the blockchain doesn't keep a centralized database. It keeps a very decentralized database. What that means is that you have a network of computers, right, this network of computers, what it's doing is it is making sure that it is validating all the transactions that are happening to make sure that the integrity of the network is stable, to make sure that no one can change anything, any of the information that is being recorded on the database cannot be changed. All these computers, this network of computers is able to validate that. And usually this network of computers, basically they're crunching numbers. In simple terms, they're just crunching numbers. That's all they're doing, right? And I don't want to go deeper, as I mentioned. I'm talking to my grandmother right now, right? And I'm telling her that, okay, listen, the computer's just crashing. Like it's just making, crunching numbers, that is. So anyway, okay, so we're gonna look now, we're gonna just go into the types of NFTs, because there's different types of NFTs, right? For the people who are here physically, I'm sorry to the people on the live stream, but you will notice at Subs Coffee, there's the restaurant at Subs Coffee, there's actually a physical NFT. That's actually a food computer. That's an NFT that's actually growing food. But yeah, so that is a physical. That's an example of a physical NFT. So I'm just gonna go then into photography NFT. So you have an artist called Imam from Nigeria. He's also doing photography NFT. There's also Homolemo doing digital art NFT. And then there's also Arabang, who's doing painting NFT. So now I want to talk about painting NFT. So a painting can be a physical NFT, right, also, but at the same time, it can be a painting NFT where basically you just take a photo of a painting and then you take the JPEG and then you basically tokenize it. You basically create a digital asset of it where when you sell, you can sell it, you can sell the digital asset, but also at the same time you could sell the painting itself. But now also the other thing that needs to be noted here is that as an artist or as a creator, you could make copies of your painting as an NFT, and those are called editions, right? So you could have like 10 editions of your NFT. It's still one of one, meaning it's still unique, but it's just editions of it. And you could sell those different editions to different buyers or collectors. But at the same time, you could take your physical and sell that too. So that will be maybe your 11th NFT, okay? So the other type of NFT is virtual reality world. An example of that is that of Sisanda Tech, which is Pirara of Sianda City. But also there is music NFT, right? That is actually one of the spaces where people have been seeing that, okay, we can actually go into this, right? And then earlier I was talking about the issue of contract with record labels and all that stuff. So, for musicians, if you really want to, this is actually this is a space that you could really go into where you just create your music NFT, sell it yourself. There's no middleman, there's no record label, there's no any of that. So, but obviously that means you control everything. That means you could even talk about the distribution of your music, how you do that. But you could also still at the same time get an organization or a company that distributes your music. But you still own the NFT, right? Okay, so let's talk about marketplaces, right? So let's say, for example, and I'm talking to my grandmother again, right? So let's say my grandmother wants to go to, she wants to buy items for the house, but she doesn't really want to go out, right? So she will most probably just go online on Take-A-Lot, buy some items on Take-A-Lot, or maybe if she wants to buy some clothes, she can go on Shein, but also let's say she wants to buy some VR devices, and she can just go on 180x2 and just buy those from there. So those are classical examples of marketplaces, right? But now, also the same thing with NFTs, there's marketplaces for NFTs where you could just go in and buy your NFTs. Now, the nice thing about these marketplaces is that it is for the whole world. The whole world, in fact, we could even just say the whole universe has access to these marketplaces where they could just come in. So basically, as a collector, you have a variety of NFTs that you could just go in and buy. But then as a creator also, you could put out your work out there where a lot of people could have access to it. They could just see it and say, okay, this is, this is Baso from Braamfontein in South Africa. Then there's also Xabiso, and there's also Rick, who's like somewhere in Johannesburg, and this guy's doing, I like his work, and I was like, okay, this is cool, I want to buy it. But at the same time, you could buy the work that someone else in New York is selling, someone else from even Nigeria is selling, you could actually just buy. And that's the nice thing about marketplaces, right? And so in this masterclass, we're going to talk about 2 marketplaces, which these are really, what I need to point out is that these are not the only 2 marketplaces. There's actually a lot of marketplaces, right? So there's OpenSea. OpenSea is like very popular, and there's like a variety of types, the variety of NFTs on it. But then also there's Object. OpenSea is Ethereum-based. What's Ethereum? Oof. Okay. So Ethereum basically is the blockchain. It's the blockchain network that uses Ether as a cryptocurrency, right? And then on Object, that's Tezos. So Tezos is actually another blockchain that uses Tezos as a cryptocurrency. So basically, all you need to understand is that all these blockchains, they actually have cryptocurrencies. Or this is currency, like your 10 Rand note, as I mentioned earlier, that's like a South African Rand, but you also have USD, you have the Naira, you have all those different types of of currencies, sorry, not crypto, but all those different currencies in the real world. In the blockchain, it's cryptocurrency, and that's it. Okay. So basically with OpenSea, it's available on iOS devices. It's also available on Android, but also it's available on desktop. Okay. Then you also have Tezos, which is mostly, it's mostly on desktop, but there's also some apps on that. And Xabiso is actually going to go through some of those. He's also going to go through some of the things that I'm going to be talking about live, the live demo of that. So, okay, crypto wallets, basically. Some of us here, we have our pairs over there. I see my sister over there has a pairs. That's where we keep our banknotes, right? We keep our banknotes, we keep our ID cards, we keep our bank cards. That's pretty much in the physical world, right? Now, in the blockchain world, we have what is called crypto wallets, right? So these crypto wallets, basically, they keep our cryptocurrency, and this is together with the private and public keys. And these private and public keys are the ones that are used to verify and validate all these transactions. So it's more like the way they identify you, but what you also need to understand is that it's just a string of numbers and some few alphabets, and that's really what those keys are. They don't necessarily tell you that, okay, that's for example, that's Disetso's wallet. It doesn't really tell you that. You can set it up, as I'll show you, especially with Rainbow. You can set it up where you give it a name, but there's no way of actually proving, unlike with the bank. In a bank, you could pretty much go there and say, okay, this bank account belongs to Disetso, and the ID number is this one, and also, as you know, SARS has, all the access to basically the details of all those things. So you can basically identify in the physical world, but in the blockchain world, it's a bit different. and that's what it is. So when it comes to crypto wallets, as I mentioned, it's just to store all those cryptocurrency, but also you can create as many crypto wallets as you can, but just make sure that you remember, just make sure you keep your passphrases, which we'll talk about that later. Okay, so as I mentioned, there's Rainbow. So Rainbow is the reason why I'm also talking about Rainbow and MetaMask. Those are the two main ones. So Rainbow has a naming service, as I've mentioned. So let's say, for example, I create a Rainbow wallet. I can actually name it and say maybe tsetso.eth, right? It has that ability, that capability rather. So that's a way to identify anyone, like to identify who you are, so that everyone can see, okay, this is basically tsetso's wallet, but also in the wallet, you can also see all the NFTs that you have. So like that way, they can connect them to a specific holder of that wallet. They could say, okay, this particular NFT belongs to tsetso and all of that. So that's the nice thing about Ethereum. MetaMask, on the other hand, not so much that, but then it's also one of the popular crypto wallets, right? Yeah. And again, all of this, okay, so with Rainbow, it is available for iOS devices and also Android, but the Android version is still in beta. So what that means is that, it's available for use, but there's still some issues, challenges that we are trying to solve. So, bear in mind of that. We are still fixing some of these issues. But then once we've fixed them, we'll just give you another version for you to use. So with MetaMask, is also available on the desktop, so on Chrome. So that's also like another thing where maybe if you want to use your laptop to do anything on, like to purchase an NFT, you could just do that. Okay, so the one important thing about crypto wallets is that, remember with bank accounts, right? You can go into a bank and create an account, and that's your account. But later on, let's say you lose your account or you lose your PIN, maybe you forget it, you can actually, there's a way of changing your PIN, right? There's a way of changing all of that so that you are able to have access to your money. But with wallets, the truth is, okay, when you create a wallet the first time, you get what is called a passphrase. And that passphrase is pretty much your key. But it's unique and it's permanent and you cannot change it. So the people from Rainbow, they can't help you. The people from MetaMask, they can't help you to change all of that. And so that is the most important thing to note about that. And so as a result of that, what you need to know is, what happened? What you need to know is that you need to back up your wallet. Okay, and that is really the reason for that. The reason for that is that suppose you were to lose your device, okay, suppose you to lose it or to change it, but you need to later recover the cryptocurrency that you put in your wallet, then you need to recover it. And then to recover that, you actually are going to use that security phrase. And that is the most important part of crypto wallets, which is like something that is obviously different from the normal bank accounts, okay? Okay, and also we have crypto exchanges. So the most important thing about crypto exchanges, or what they are really, is that when you are transacting on the blockchain, you need cryptocurrency, as I've mentioned. But now, to get this cryptocurrency, you need to convert what is called fiat, and I know my grandmother's going to ask me, what is fiat? But fiat is basically currency that we use, that we normally use, so the South African rand, or the US dollar, or the naira. So that's basically what fiat is. So you want to convert fiat into a cryptocurrency of your choice. In this case, we're going to talk about Ethereum. We're going to talk about Tezos, right? So there are two exchanges in South Africa that are mainly used, and that's Vala and that's also Luno. So those are the main ones, and I know there's also MoonPay. MoonPay is for other currencies that you could use, and I know Xabiso is going to talk a little bit more about that as he's doing his live demo. Okay. So Luno is basically very simple to set up. So if you have an email account, you could set it up with your email account, but later you need to put in your mobile number to do the two-factor authentication. That is very important to do that, just to make sure that there's a certain level of security on that. Okay, so just like a few steps, like as I mentioned, this is just a slide presentation, but Xabiso has you on that live demo. It's going to show you nicely how that works. So basically on Luno, after you set up Luno, installing it, you are able to just go in the profile and click on security. After clicking, then you just say two-factor authentication, click the Get Started button, and it will give you like a string of token, like a token to just authenticate. And then you just say, I've done this. I know I've exposed this. This is like really just for test, by the way. This is for test. Anyway, and then after you've said you've done this, it will give you a message that says it has been enabled. Okay, talking about crypto exchanges, talking about royalties and taxes, I'm actually going to allow Xabiso to go a little bit more on that. But this is something you need to understand, that you still need to pay taxes because you are earning money. And SARS is looking always, so make sure you pay your taxes. So another thing on, the fees. We need to talk about fees, right? So remember I mentioned that the blockchain is really just a network of computers that are making sure and validating that the transactions are legit and are valid, just to validate basically, right? So what happens is that there is fees that you need to pay when, say, for example, you're buying cryptocurrency. And one of those fees is actually gas fees. So the gas fees is actually a fee that you pay the owners of the computer to crunch the numbers, just to make sure to validate all the transactions. But also when you're buying on marketplaces, OpenSea charges 2.5 for the transaction, Foundation charges 5%, and Object charges 2.5. Okay, so I'm gonna just stop here, and this is on collectors, right? And we're just gonna, after that, so Xabiso is going to come in and do his live demo on the collector side. Then we're gonna go on creator side later on. All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That was Disezo. So, there's something very interesting about Xabiso. I don't know if you guys have seen the super site. There's no picture of Xabiso right now.
Yeah.
There was no picture of him. And I was like, this guy, why doesn't he have his picture up? And then he just recently explained to me that it's his NFT. So I'm really excited to hear how this is related. Yeah. Everyone, please meet Xabiso. Please make your way to the stage.
I'm hoping everybody can hear me. Awesome. So yeah, my name is Xabiso Ngoma. I think if you saw the slide earlier on, there was like a skull as my profile picture. That's somewhat of like the ethos within the NFT community. It's also a bit of a subculture, which is quite popular, called profile picture NFTs. So typically these would be collectibles. There's a little bit of a joke, is that they are altcoins with pictures, just due to the fact that it is quite a tradable market. But what I'll necessarily just be showing is just the process of being able to buy a simple NFT. And I'll just be doing this with my phone. So firstly, I just need to connect to the Wi-Fi. And you'll see as to how straightforward it is, at least for South Africans. I won't be going through Luno and Valor, but what I might actually be able to do is once I've actually bought some crypto, I'll just send it to Valor. And then from Valor, being able to cash it out, and then at least show you that, hey, it is quite easy. Within South Africa, you just have to note that with the exchanges, typically if you want to convert from some cryptocurrency to rands and then take the rands into your South African account, you typically have to do it between 9 to 5, between Monday and Friday, which is kind of weird considering that the blockchain should be on 24/7. But that's just something that, unfortunately, so there isn't much control with the exchanges. But when it comes to crypto and you want to send it back and forth, I've been able to pay quite a few people using a stable coin. So a stable coin is just a digital representation of a fiat currency. So typically if I'm paying within like USD, I would necessarily use a stable coin for that. So yeah, just give me a sec. Hopefully I should be able to get my phone onto the screen. Okay, I just want to see, Titeso, is my computer on? Okay,
You need password.
just hang on.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just to allow me to go onto the screen mirroring. Else we will find that I'll be doing the demo behind the screen. So let's just give it a minute. I just need to grab a lightning cable, connect it to my computer, and then we'll be able to continue.
Just a moment, everyone. We're just getting everything set up and ready for you to experience and enjoy. Please hang on for one more moment.
I know, Jep actually has to go. Sorry. To go. I'm going to introduce you. Okay, while we're still waiting, I'm just going to bring Jep on. So Jep is basically going to be talking about her experiences in building an actual marketplace for African collectors and creators, right? So she's going to be more on that, just to let people know what are the hurdles that are in this space. And that's pretty much it. So like, yeah, we'll just wait for Jep now.
Awesome, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Just a couple more moments, and we'll be right with you.
I can get started.
There was a mic here. Okay.
Okay, as you know, it's technology. It always has its fun and games. So yes, let's just see if this goes on as expected. Like Titetso had actually mentioned, we'll be opening up a new wallet. So the one we'll be using is Rainbow. It really doesn't matter as to which one you want to make, but you can really see quite quick, already being made. And then you've got the choice of being able to purchase some Ether. So again, is that it is cheaper to buy it from the exchanges like Luno or Valor. But in this demo, what I'll necessarily do is that I'll be buying $200 worth of Ether. Okay. All right, so let's just see here. Add a card. All right. Okay, so what we'll necessarily just do is just switch to Jeb for the time being. So we'll just try and get things working, and then we'll be back to the practicality.
All right. Yeah. Let me just check with them.
Hello, hi everybody. Maybe we can all stand up and sit down. It's like very warm in here, no? Some oxygen go through into your brain, yeah. Yeah, some crypto oxygen. So I want to also just take a moment and break things down, because I know that everybody's journey into crypto is almost like mystical. Like you're inside and you're looking for a cupboard and they're saying words to you like Ethereum. And it also seems like not necessarily tied into a lot of realities that we live in. So basically, I'm going to give you a little bit background of myself. My name is Jepchumba, I'm from Kenya. And in 2009, I started African Digital Art, which is an archive of creative projects all around the continent. But in 2009, African Digital Art was something that many people didn't even necessarily consider as art, didn't understand it necessarily, couldn't really necessarily conceive of what its practicality and use it was for Africa itself. So especially when I went outside of the continent, I would get, people were confused. They were like, how are Africans making these things when there's no computers and electricity? You know, how is that possible? So I think a lot of the work that I did was just trying to showcase the projects that existed. And one of the things that was like very, very evident, and it's always sort of been evident about the whole continent, that we're always sort of responding to. I don't even know how to use this thing. The next button is which one? Do I like wave? Okay, yeah, that's what I've been pressing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so African Digital Art from that time of being this like very skeptical space online grew all of a sudden into a large community, mainly of artists who use the site as a source of inspiration. So over the past 13 years, which makes me a dinosaur in digital terms, because when you see these crypto digital things, like when you see these NFT things, people say, I'm an expert. I started in 2021. And you're like, that was a minute ago. How are you an expert? But it also shows you the acceleration that we're all experiencing because we're connected to each other in ways that really never existed before, and we're constantly trying to iterate and figure out like what that specifically means for us. So African Digital Art I ended up featuring over 3,000 projects, artists. I had a large thousands of community, and represented all sorts of African countries. And this ended up actually becoming really important as I delved into the NFT space. I ended up finding out there was no way I was going to avoid it. So around 2020, 2021 early, my inbox was flooded. Just nobody who necessarily cared about African or never cared about digital art suddenly was like, you need to get into the crypto space. Man, you're losing millions. You're gonna be a millionaire if you just like get into the space immediately. And of course, that made me skeptical a little bit because I didn't really necessarily understand it. And then there was also this barrier in terms of language with like, you know, understanding all of these like wallets, understanding Ethereum's, what's a blockchain. There was a level of hurdle that I had to get over. So one of the reasons why I decided to really, really take a chance and go into the NFT space was because, I don't know where I'm pointing. Yeah, it's because of this. I always have this slide in my presentations because in terms of like how Africa is viewed, how Africa is seen, all of the potentiality, it's sort of like this, where we are, because of our contribution to digital culture, because we're all connected, we're all trying to figure out exactly what is the value in the things that we're making? What is the value in our culture? How do we make sustainable living for ourselves? And how do we create alternative futures that don't present our current situation? For example, most people who come from African countries will not necessarily have a traditional art educational background. So many artists that you see who inevitably become the animators here in Fakugesi, in other countries, like in other countries, they're usually very under-resourced and seen as very, very strange. So there's always this like trying to navigate the space like of Africa's potentiality in the digital cultural space, and then also this ability for Africa to also jump through hoops, like jump ahead in terms of thinking about digital. I'll give you an example. For example, I'm from Kenya, and in Kenya, because of basically our British banking system, we ended up basically giving M-Pesa mobile money to the world. So it's a very unlikely place where you would think mobile money culture would come from, but Kenya basically led the revolution in terms of how we understand ourselves in this world economy, a mobile economy. So I'm gonna go a little bit esoteric, a little bit out in space, and then we're gonna come back down to earth so that you can understand the value in which why participating in the NFT space is really important. So if you think about it, most global economies, even just the idea of money is it's a social agreement. We agree that the value of the dollar is a certain thing. And for most African countries, our entire economies are directed to these like foreign institutions that really don't have much, that don't give our countries much agency in terms of determining what is valuable. For example, you know, the Congo, DRC should be $1 trillion country. It should be one of the wealthiest spaces in the world because every single one of your devices has a piece of Congo in it. So that should translate into something. But still, like, there's a very old paradigm of understanding economy that is literally crashing before our eyes. Like, all these institutions that we've taken for granted, banking institutions, like spaces in which our ideas of determining wealth are all being reconfigured in this world that we're living in. Does this make sense at all? Do you guys have a sense of the world is ending? But not really. Like, some people can be really morbid about it. But literally, our worlds are ending. Like, we are in the middle of it. So it's sort of, we're all having different symptoms of it, right? Feeling like the world is ending, no? So part of it is also our understanding of what exactly economy is, like how do we determine value. So for a long time, you know, there was the gold standard. You would measure how wealthy a person is by amount of gold. Then suddenly, for hundreds of years, it became people. Like people became like NFTs, basically. So if you think about what NFT is, essentially, it's like something that is rare and something that cannot be reproduced. And intrinsically, because of that, it means it has value. So if you know anything about African history or culture or art or antiquities or anything, Africa is, people who actually make the culture have never had access to it. They have never had access to its distribution, how it's shown or represented, or how much money it makes. So it's the tale as old as time, where you have an African artist doing some revolutionary something, has no idea about it, and someone else, somewhere else, is taking credit for it because they discovered that person. Is this making sense? Yes. I'm also making sure you're awake because it's very warm in here. So, African digital art and digital technologies are offering us, number one, we get really obsessed with talking about storytelling, how it's so important now. We can now say our own stories, we can all tell our own stories. So it's only in recent history that we're now recovering our faces in media, our culture in media, our philosophies in the technologies that we're making. And this is also a reason why this weird nebulous NFT space is really, really interesting, because it's inviting people who never necessarily participate in digital art or digital culture to now think about things that have been a problem for many of us, which is representation, which is economy, which is historical amnesia. We have now these opportunities of using technologies as a way to share the things that are important to us and also to speak for ourselves. Because most of the technologies that we use, Africa is never or seldom taken into consideration until all of a sudden, oh wow, they really like mobile phones. Then now you see the Huawei's coming, knocking the door, Samsungs and all of that. And a lot of things, it's really also important to realize that a lot of the technology that is created, most people who make the technology have no idea how it's going to be used. So for example, this NFT space, it's very new, and people are going like, this is the way we should go. This is how we should use it. This is how we should use NFTs. This is why they're important. But really, we're in a very, very special space and time where we can actually define what this space is going to look like. So, So I think that in my experience of creating a marketplace, I really believe that the NFT space is an important place for us to participate, because it can open the possibility for us to have a new economy for African digital culture. So we know intrinsically that Black culture, African culture has value. Like, it's actually being monetized over and over and over and over and over. But it has never really trickled down at all to makers. And we find ourselves every year at the festival saying the same thing. Oh, if we only had money, if we only had resources, if only we had a direct communication to our value. Before this one? Yes. This is the work of Kenneth Coker, who started doing, from Nigeria, who started doing animation 2008. He did this stuff in 2008, 2009, actually participating in digital sculpture, which is interesting now. This is why we're going full circle, where now that is value, that it can be like $20,000 or $100,000 or $350,000. It depends on the person who decides what value it is. Yeah. So we know that Black and African culture is a global currency. We're getting all of these important connections. We know that digital media and digital social media has afforded us ways of sharing things like never before, but there's still these issues that we have. We have gatekeepers, offline gatekeepers, who are moving in online. So the people who would tell you, oh, this is actually remarkable, your artwork, I'll decide it's $1 million, are the same people who are now defining what NFTs are, which is really strange, because we are now in a space where we can agree that anything that we make, we can decide like that's the value of it, based on like putting it on the blockchain, and then also having a digital certificate. So what basically those numbers, a series of numbers that he was telling you before, allows is to basically have throughout time, throughout like in perpetuity, have someone say, I own this, like I own this piece of digital artwork or digital object or a physical object that has a digital license. And not only do they have something that is incorruptible in terms of like tracking it down, it can be passed over time. So what that means, for example, for a musician, is that they can put their music on the blockchain, own it themselves if they want to, or they can give it to you and you now own a piece of it, right? So for example, if an artist wants to, like, who's your favorite artist here? South Africans are so specific about their music because it's so good. So I don't want to inflame anybody. So I don't know who I can say as an artist. Burna Boy, for example. Burna Boy, that we can agree, yeah, that we know who he is. So Burna Boy, for example, can decide, you know, I'm making the music, I own rights to it. I'll publish it myself, and you buy a copy and he gets the money. But what usually happens is that he needs a music label to sort of get his music out there, which also is changing because now we have social media, we can have our own audience. And then, so I'm trying to explain why an NFT is valuable, is that Burna Boy can also decide, I'm gonna put out music in an album, and you own license to it forever. Like, you have a digital certificate to it. So you, as the album makes money, so can you make money. Like, we all sort of are invested in it together. It's like a community investment. And this sounds like what? A very African notion of how we have been raising social capital throughout time, how we send people to school. We sort of get together, especially in Kenya, get together, have a pot of money, and agree together how we're gonna spend it. So in the NFT space, you can also sort of create membership tokens, which is basically like, I have this symbol that means that it's valued for this much, and we've all agreed, and then now we're also all agreeing this is the uses for it. So basically, NFT has a way of monetizing capital around community, and that is why it took off the way it did very quickly. Because what happened after the pandemic, we all lost our sense of community. We also had to recreate spaces for, we had to recreate digital communities for many of us to survive. And so a lot of, I think the way sort of the tech industry, which is heavily moved around by venture capital, was thinking, this is an opportunity for us to now monetize community in a way that has never existed before. So this is the reason why you'd want to participate in the NFT community, in its development. I want to remind you guys that this stuff is so much in its infancy. It's literally being, as people are going, they are defining what's important. For example, the reason why Ethereum blockchain is a very interesting blockchain is because it offers value in two ways. It decentralizes money. It makes you anonymous, so you can have as much money and literally be a logo. Like, you don't even have to be a person or entity. You don't have to be known for anything. And also, it removes economies away from the way traditionally we valued it, which is like oil and gas and materiality that has been unsustainable. So I think this is a redefinition of like what economies would look like. And now that we're living in a very physical and digital life, we have opportunities now to really redefine as African creators and collectors about what is exactly valuable and why it's valuable and who owns what. And we can actually now, like never before, trace those things back. Am I making sense? Oh, okay, I feel like I need an amen or like a woohoo or I don't know. So one of the reasons why you should think about the NFTs is because we can, the possibilities in NFTs and thinking about these networks and thinking about how these networks are moving, like he showed a graphic in these economies where nothing is centralized. There's no one bank that tells you, I'll give you a loan. It's all over the place. We can now start creating systems of economies and systems of technologies that more reflect the way we think, our needs, our culture, our heritage, our motivations, yeah? We can use the blockchain also and this world of NFTs also to think about, this thing is really, yes, as places to also archive bits and pieces of culture. So we can use this blockchain space to think about what sort of things do we want to preserve? What are the things that will provide value? So if we have a digital keychain for certain things, we can also put our African languages more in digital culture. We also can create like economies for collaboration where we're not necessarily limited because of things like geographical location or because of access to technologies. As these economies are open, it becomes less and less important that what makes you necessarily like a wealthy person or what necessarily makes you a valuable person doesn't have the same meaning that it did like 15, 20 years ago. It makes sense. As we're decentralizing our culture. So I wanted to go into some do's and don'ts, like for jumping in. So now you kind of know that this NFT place is a place where I can find like unique art pieces that I've never seen before, and I can have a signature over time. Let's say even if you suddenly dig behind your house and you find like treasure from ancient times, you don't need now the British Museum to tell you it's valuable. You can put that treasure that you find onto the blockchain and have a signature for it and say, I'm the person who owns it. And therefore, this agreed upon value is the one that I have because I have license to it. I wanted to show you, sorry, this thing is moving very slow, and I'm gonna move on to him giving the demo. So one of the things that you'll notice that, one of the things that keep coming to mind is that if it quacks like a duck, if it sounds like a duck and if it quacks like a duck, it is a duck. So this space, because it's very, very new, is full of like prospectors. For some really, really crazy reason, in a very short amount of time, people were moving an insane amount of money for digital art. People who had never really cared about art before, people who don't really like want to collect artwork, were basically buying pieces of JPEGs for like hundreds and thousands, even if millions of dollars. So like if it sounds too good to be true, if anything sounds too good to be true, if anything promises you that if I take this piece of work, it's gonna be worth $100,000 in 3 months because there's an app that tells you with bar graphs, like you should use the same common sense with everything because there is a loophole. Maybe you don't know, maybe you're not in the end of knowing it, but if it sounds too good to be true, it's because you haven't done your homework and you need to really, really invest in like getting into these nitty-gritties of like understanding exactly how this blockchain opportunity, what NFTs can provide for you. Also, another thing that to keep in mind is that I just presented to you all of the reasons why this is a really important space, because it provides a new cultural economy, but also beware of the fact that technology and NFT and new emerging technologies have a tendency to have the same people who've always existed, like working in those areas. For example, what was happening in the NFT space, like as I was building a marketplace, it became very, very strange that there was a hunger of just getting artists. Like, we want 300,000 pieces immediately, and we want to sell them because it's from Africa, and we want to sell the story of Africans. Like, that is sort of a lot of the way that traditionally African culture is bought and sold and commodified. So it's really, really important that we don't romanticize the space. We don't think that it's going to be the solution to everything, but that it needs our critical participation and our involvement and our just curiosity in ensuring that we don't continue to reproduce the same sort of capitalist systems that, you know, technology has like really swung us in. Yeah. And then this is the last part. One of the most important considerations for participating in the NFT space is that this is in many ways one step closer for us to figure out how through community we can collectively get money. It's like sort of like a step further than crowdfunding, where you're raising money together. The NFT space really affords us a way to like invest in projects that are not only short term, but like over we can decide, like, if we have a collection, if you have a membership token, this means that you're participating in a specific idea or a project, and you, for a period of time, that you're putting a little bit of your money into sort of a DAO, which is like a collective pool, and you're now trying to participate in sustaining projects that sustain yourself also at the end. Yes. It's okay. I think that's it. I think that's all I can say. I wanted to give more of an overview about those things, and also I think that anything that you collect in this period of time in which we're shifting is extremely unique and extremely valuable, and it's important for more of us to start paying attention to these new opportunities and communities, because it can really open us into like futures that were not necessarily designated for us. So, yeah.
Thank you, Jepchumba. Thank you so much for this insightful conversation. I learned a lot about non-fungible tokens and blockchains, and it still feels a little bit foreign, but this definitely helped make it a lot more familiar. And especially the example about my grandmother. I don't think she really likes blockchain, but she might be interested in this because it was made for her, so who knows. Okay, please welcome Xabiso to the stage, everybody.
All right, okay, so as you can see, the technology is now working. Okay, so what I just wanted to demonstrate was pretty much the mirroring of my phone, and it's quite simple to actually get yourself started. So I did show the demo with the rainbow wallets. I had to purchase it with another wallet, so again, it took less than 10 minutes. But you can see that I've received around $132 worth of Ether. And what I'll necessarily do as it stands is that you can already see that I even received it from a particular address. That right now I'm on Twitter. I'm necessarily looking at a variety of artists. So this is one page that I would actually recommend, which is the NFT community, or the NFT club on Twitter, where you can actually see quite a lot of African artists. If you know anybody who's also a digital artist, they're quite welcoming. They have spaces as well. This will be on a daily basis. So I think today is Friday. They don't have anything, but Tezo's Tuesdays. There's even intro to NFTs as well, that they actually just break it down. But again, I think if it has not been repeated, this is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's on the basis that if you really like the art, it should resonate with you. And I think like with any art piece, when you buy it, it shouldn't necessarily be a situation where you're expecting an immediate return. But yeah, now continue with the demo, and hopefully the demo now works. As you can already see, I'm buying this one NFT piece from an artist. Let me just go back to Twitter. Yeah, so this will be Bumblebee. She's actually an illustrator, actually a female illustrator from Africa as well. So you can already see that she's got quite a few pieces here. Also retweeting quite a few other artists within the space. But what I'll be doing is that I go to OpenSea. I click on complete purchase. Hopefully this works this time around. I click on Wallet Connect. So Wallet Connect would be what you use to connect to your Ethereum wallet. And in this instance, it would actually be Rainbow. And again, we're actually having the same sort of technical difficulties. But I think it's just on the basis that, as you know, I'm just doing a whole lot of things on the phone. But what would actually proceed from here is that if I just click on View Cart, Complete, Wallet Connect, yes. Now we go on to Rainbow. I think you saw Rainbow. That was the wallet that I was using before. What I'll just do here is connect. So hopefully it has connected, meaning that, for instance, it's as simple as that. When it comes to Web3, you don't have to remember any passwords or usernames, and even the whole thing of being pseudonymous. That's the nice thing about the blockchain, is that there's no identity tied to a particular wallet. You can only just make assumptions, but that's a different chat altogether. So right now, when I click on complete purchase, hopefully I should find myself now getting back to Rainbow to make the purchase. As you can already see, the total cost, and then also the fact that it will cost around $5. This is just a transaction fee on the blockchain. When I click on confirm, yeah, I'm just waiting for it to confirm my face. Okay, it should go through. And what you can see right now is that I've actually sent this Ether onto the blockchain to this particular artist. And the nice thing is that because it is transparent, you can already see that the transaction has already gone through. It'll take around 45 seconds based on how much I've actually spent. And with that, yeah, it's done. So now I've actually gotten the NFT. What I'll necessarily do is hope that whilst I'm in Rainbow, the NFT should show up in hopefully less than a minute. But just for context sake, is that it is still showing that it has been sent. Just want to refresh. You can see that my balance has actually gone down as well. But one of the other fancy features with Rainbow is that because it's more social, in a sense, is that you can actually add your friends' wallets. So if you've got any other friends who actually have Ethereum wallets, I'll actually just add my wallet, which is another NFT.ETH. Yeah, so the .ETH is pretty much your domain on the Ethereum blockchain. And with that, I'll just import it. So yeah, what I can necessarily now do is that you can already see what exactly is happening in my wallets, my savings and such. Let's get back to the wallet that we had here. Still waiting for it to actually load. But again, I think you would have already seen that it was watching, meaning that, for instance, anything that is actually happening in the wallet, I can actually inspect. And the nice thing is that, yeah, right now you can already see the NFTs which are there. So I've gotten quite a few NFTs. I think, let's just look at Kenyan editions. This was one friend as well that I bought. I think it was Heritage of Splendor. It was for sale for 0.028. I already bought that. It even states the information. And the nice thing with NFTs is that you can actually add that information when you're minting. So that's a process that is actually called when you're putting it onto the blockchain. So any sort of information about your NFT will be added there. And if I just switch back, hopefully we do now see nothing. Oh, it's right there. So the stories I had, the NFT that I just bought is now in my wallet. And because I bought it with my own wallet, and that's the nice thing is that you can create as many wallets as you want, I'll necessarily just send it to myself. And in that process, again, is that you can already see at the bottom the estimated fee, which would be around $2. You're wondering why exactly it went from $5 to $2, is that the way that OpenSea works is that it has a shared contract. I'm not going to get into the details, but the person who's purchasing the NFT for the first time has to pay the initial minting fee. Then from there, it goes back to the normal transaction fees when it comes to sending your NFTs between people. Okay, and as you can already see, it actually even confirms this is the first time. This is the nice thing about Rainbow, is that if you are sending it to a new address, it will tell you if, for example, this is the first time. If you've sent it to a particular address multiple times, it will actually tell you that as well. And I'll do the same thing of authorizing. All right, cool, and that's pretty much it. But if anybody is keen, if you've already got a wallet, after this talk, I can actually even just send you the remaining Ether that I've got, and you can actually even buy your first NFT. But it's as simple as that. My apologies about the earlier technical issues. And the thing is that once you start yourself on the journey of actually being able to collect, the process of being able to collect is as easy as when it comes to even being able to create as well. But again, is that when it comes to NFTs, and what I've seen time and time again, is that it is all about the community. Quite a lot of the time within the community, you do even have people who know collectors. So what happens is that if you have been putting up your work and you have been in the space, even as a traditional artist and the likes, once a good word has been spread around, it actually helps. The unfortunate part, and I'm not too sure if that'll be something that Jep has also faced, is when it comes to communication. Most of the time, it's pretty much on Twitter, which I presume everybody has their own sort of view of, and then the likes of Discord. But once you actually get yourself into the mix of things, and I think that's the beauty of technology, is that if you've gotten used to it, I think we've already faced the fact of being able to deposit money at a bank teller in the bank. I'm not too sure how old some of you are, but now it's the ATM, and now it's pretty much digital in a sense. So yeah, that's it. I'm not too sure if there are any particular questions, just in the process of what I've actually been able to do. But I'm always just keen to actually assist wherever. And again, on Twitter, DJ NGOMA for any sort of feedback. But I do see a gentleman at the back. Yes. Oh, so all that it is that because the blockchain is transparent. Okay, so the question that was being asked is that what did I mean when you could actually add other people's wallets? In this process, all you're just doing is that you're watching people's wallets. You can add your existing wallet as well by importing your seed phrase, but I would not necessarily recommend that as a beginner. And that's why I think even with the tips that Sitetso had actually put forth, is that if you're going to get a new device, it's recommended that you use a new seed phrase. If you know what you're doing, that's a different story. But yeah, that's what actually happens is that when you're watching, the only process that actually happens is that you're just seeing all the transactions within that particular person's wallet. And you can do that for anybody. If there's, as what we actually even spoke about, Jay-Z's wallet, right? You can actually add it onto Rainbow, and you can see all his NFTs. And the nice thing with Rainbow right now, they've even added the facility to even put notifications. So if a friend gets an NFT, sends an NFT, any transactions that happen, that's the nice thing, where I think it's also nice on the basis that it is social, that you can see is like, oh, wow, I like what my friend's buying. Possibly I could actually buy that. And like with this one here, Slumbering in the Stone, this was an edition. And if, for instance, there's still multiple editions left, I could actually even go and buy one. And again, is that I think when you think of NFTs, think of them like digital autographs on pieces of art. And I think that actually makes it so much easier. So if there was a celebrity here, they could actually have a set of editions, and then you could actually purchase one of them. Or they could even airdrop it to you. No. So for watching, there isn't so much of a need. Some people think of it as obviously being one of those things where, what about privacy and the likes? But that's the reality, that even with the transaction that even happened, I can even just go onto Etherscan. You can verify as to where exactly it went, who exactly received it, even the contract. This is obviously getting into more technical details, but it's quite transparent as to everything that actually happens, at least on the Ethereum blockchain and quite a few other blockchains as well. All right, cool. I'm not too sure. Any other questions?
Any other questions in the room? No questions? Going once?
Cool.
Going twice? Gone. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, Taliso. That was amazing. You did it.
Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Please do me a favor. Turn to your neighbor. Say, hi, neighbor. Hi, neighbor. You're still here, right? Amazing. We did it. We've made it to the end of our conference. Please give yourself a round of applause for staying here, collecting all this information. All right. Okay, I understand. It's been a long day. I get it. Cool. So there's going to be a animation showcase on the WITS campus. There will be volunteers that will be ushering you to the WITS campus. Please make your way there. And the Future Africa Showcase is still happening in the glass box, so please make your way there as well. And thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for joining Conference Day 1. Thank you all so much.
you.